Alrighty, I think we can start a little early. And that's okay, because I am eager to begin. Who is this? Someone has added me as a friend. They don't play the games I like. And they don't know anybody I know. So I'm gonna say no. Okay. Hello, hello. If you can hear me, please let me know. Hope you're all doing well. Good to see you. Hello, hello. It's been so long since I've had a really good night of sleep, but I have slumbered well, and I am now weak. Alright, let's get rid of that. Open that. Hello! Hi! Howdy! Oh my goodness. Hope you're all doing well. We had a good time yesterday with some Vermintide last night. It was a good time playing with the lads for Friday evenings, which I think might just kind of be a regular thing going forward with like certain exceptions. But hello, welcome. While we're kind of waiting for things to
As I hold
it's so quiet.
I'll take King of
A couple of just little things to discuss before we get started, because we're gonna give people a couple minutes to get in here, so we can just chat for a minute. A couple things coming up for those who care. I literally, so I'm gonna do my best to talk at this level throughout the stream. I'm trying to train myself to talk softer instead of shouting, because my default when I'm excited or I'm having a good time, my voice tends to get very loud, which it is a very like sleepy, rainy day where I am, and I'm most of my family is slumbering well. So I'm going to do my best not to accidentally wake everybody up. But just a couple of random little things real quick as we're waiting for people to kind of join the stream and get in here and stuff, is that so I am very excited. Good to see you, Siegfried. Hello, hello. I'm very excited to announce that I have finished a new script. I wrote it up and recorded all of it in pretty much one very long sitting. 2 days ago, or yesterday, or 2 days ago, one of the two. And it is my kind of like prediction breakdown video for what I'm really hoping to see with the Slanesh DLC. So talking about like all the new things I want to see and why I made the choices I made, talking about mechanics, talking about functionality and all that stuff. It came out to about an hour and 20 minutes. So Skeleton is editing that currently. So that'll be out soon. I would guess it's probably going to be out tomorrow morning or Monday morning, one of the two. But that should be a really good time. I think I make all of my points really well, but I think some of my choices will not be liked by some folks. So I'm really curious what everyone's gonna think of that. YouTube chat, y'all can hear and see me okay, right? Just if someone could give me confirmation on that, I would appreciate it. Fulgrim is the Slash DLC with Kabanda as the free DLC Legendary Lord. That would be so great and awesome for a Total War Warhammer 40,000 DLC. Fucking Kabanda. Someone, I have to look it up. I wanted to put it on Twitter, but I haven't got around to it yet. But there's a there's a very lovely artist over on the Discord who's been posting like Lorebeards and Loremaster of Sotek fan art, which I really appreciate. Like, I'm absolutely loving it. And he made a funny one about Kabanda showing up in Warhammer Fantasy and then just getting immediately killed. It made me laugh. I enjoyed that. Living Legend, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Also, hello, good morning. Good to see you, Mr. Vorn, Mornington Crescent, Hoppit, Inquisitor Thomas, Dirthu's Manservant. Dirthu's Manservant, thank you very much for the sub yesterday, by the way, for 21 months. I don't know if I called that out during the stream yesterday, but thank you for that. Greenie, good to see you. Trivia, Zach, Acne Zebra, Reichsmarshal, Travis Willis. But, so, yeah, now I'm working on the High Elf video. And that one, the High Elf one is going to be interesting for me, because the thing about the High Elf one is that I think a lot of people, and kind of me as well, really would like to see Sea Lord Island as the or Ashland, depending on how you pronounce it, as the legendary lord. But man, he is not a very well-defined character. Like, as far as what he does, he's very vague, which is interesting. Super Ego, thanks so much for the 37 months. Holy shit. Excited for some test cricket? What is a test cricket? Fiddling with my new airbrush booth. Oh, very nice. That's awesome, dude. I assume that was a Christmas present. If so, that's pretty awesome. For Slanesh, I say forget the characters who already exist and instead dig through the old archives to find Tarmakan's brother. They definitely will not do that. They will not do that.
What's good, Sotek? Birthday
Oh, there it is.
today. Excited for some test cricket.
Oh, birthday
Along with
today.
my new
Oh,
airbrush
well, happy
booth and
birthday,
watching
Super
Vladdy.
Ego. Happy birthday. I hope you had a good one. Yeah, Kara Dryad could make a good legendary lord as well. The only thing that's a little difficult with Kara Dryad is that his whole thing is he doesn't talk. Which is funny because he's actually given like several quotes in Total War Warhammer, but if I recall correctly, I think most of those quotes are from the end times, because after the like Shrine of Assurin collapses, Kara Dryad's like, oh well, my oath of silence is like done with now, so I guess I could talk. But like, if they implement him the way they should, he shouldn't talk. But that doesn't necessarily mean he won't have a voice, because there are different ways you could do it. But if they were only gonna pull from the army book, the legendary lord should be Kara Dryad. But I feel like Sea Lord Island is like a really popular request, and he would make for a good character, I think, because having this kind of like super arrogant, well, no, he's not arrogant in the sense that like Emmeric's arrogant. He's more of like Emmerich is more of like an elf supremacist that is so high on his own shit to the point that even other elves find him obnoxious. Whereas Sea Lord Island is more like he just hates everyone that is not an elf, which is very different. But like with how much that high elves are supposed to have, you know, they're supposed to be like the kings of the sea, like the naval faction. I think it'd be fitting for them to have like a big naval focused legendary lord, who's able to really focus on that experience. But I really want Kara Dryad as a legendary lord. My current thing, like, I don't mind sharing the list, because in the video I'm going to talk a lot more in depth about a lot of stuff. But the list that I have for the high elves right now, is I have I have Sea Lord Islin as the legendary lord. I have Corhill, Captain of the White Lions, as the legendary hero. I have the Anointed of Assurin as the generic lord. The Lothern Seahelm as the generic hero. And then for the units, I have the Lothern Skycutter, the Merworm, Sea Rangers, Ship's Company, and Skyrock Mistweavers, which I'll have to explain in the video because it's kind of a complicated topic. But that's the current list I'm running with. Because then literally the only thing the Hyles would be missing would just be Caradryan, which he would make a very good free LC Lord. Especially because if they do him correctly, he really shouldn't have a typical voice actor. You know, he should instead have he should have a very, very unique implementation for communication. Because it should be mostly like, I don't know how they would do it. Because like the Phoenix Guard, or you know, their whole thing is they're known for being silent, right? And unfortunately, like if it was an RPG game, you know, he could like do hand signs and stuff. But it'll be interesting to see how they try and do that. Like they could just kind of have him like grunt or like make noises without actually talking. Dragon Mage Hero? We already have the Dragon Mage Hero. We literally already have that. That is already in the game. If you take a fire wizard hero, you can put him on a dragon, and that's literally what that is. That's already in. The Lothern Seahelm is the hero. 100%. Yeah, they could also just give him like a mind voice, so like just have it where he talks like a normal character, but they add an effect to it so it's clear that it's all like internal. What do you think of people who ask for naval combat to be added? It's impossible. It's 100% impossible. Anyone who's asking for naval combat doesn't understand how impossible that would be. That would be a completely new game. If you wanted to put a naval combat system, you'd have to make a brand new game. Like it would have to be a standalone Man of War game. It's just not gonna work in this thing. All right, I think we've waited long enough. We're about 10 minutes after start, so let's go ahead and get things rolling. So, we are restarting this campaign because we originally started it around Halloween, and then, like, Omens of Destruction stuff started happening, and we just got super busy with all of that. So, today, we're going to start over, but we're sticking with the same thing the community voted for. And so that means that the goal is we're going to do Vlad von Karstein to get our very hard achievement for playing vampire counts, but our goal is to take over the Empire and to save as many of the Empire factions as we can and keep them as vassals. So our goal is to be the Emperor, which means that we do want living people. You know, obviously we'll try and get our hands on some of the other like undead factions, but our main goal is to take over the Empire and save as many of the humans as possible, outside of the ones that we... yeah. So, Reichland is the only one that we definitely 100% have to destroy, because it's one of our victory conditions. But our goal will be to try and vassalize as many as we can. I mean, Living Legend, you joke, but unironically, if they made a Total War Warhammer 4, then they could, I think, get away with saying, hey, the main feature of Total War Warhammer 4 is gonna be like, you know, I say that, but even then I don't think it would be possible. I just don't think it'd be possible. I think the only way you could do a naval system is you'd have to make a completely standalone game. It'd be the only way.
Yes, my sire.
What is your... You're devious, so you're really good at heroic actions, so we're gonna use you for that instead. Because I'll just get more vampire heroes very soon. But you can join our army for now, just to get some early experience. Okay, oop. In fact, let's go ahead and grab this so I can just start recruiting vampires, like, instantly. But how's everybody doing? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. Hope you're all having a good day. Enjoying life, taking care. Screen, thank you. But hopefully everyone's having a good time. And it's good to see you all. CJ998, thank you so much for the 16 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Vasilize Kislev. We'll try. No promises on that one, but we may attempt to garner some other human servants. Which monogod faction do you see getting a second DLC after the first one? So if it were up to me personally, I would say none of them. However, I genuinely believe there is more than likely going to be another Nurgle DLC at some point. Because Creative Assembly got the okay from Games Workshop to adapt and include all of the end times material. Because we've seen it with like all the corn stuff, and Nurgle is the only other monogod that got anything in the end times. So like Tzeentch and Slaanesh and Khorne, I think are done. Like after we get the Slaanesh DLC, I think they're all done. Like period, done forever. The only thing I could see happening for Tzeentch is I think Tzeentch will get Egron von Horseman, and then I think there is a reasonable chance that Tzeentch might get a free LC unit, kind of like we've seen with the unit variants. I think we might see Tzeentch get a free unit variant, which will be like the Sorcerer Cabals or the Sorcerer Princes or whatever they're called, which will be like his elite, super elite infantry unit. That'll be on par. Oh, that's right. I'm hovering a bit, aren't I? Yeah, because of the stream we did yesterday. Thank you for reminding me. Wee. I'd like my camera more like there. Okay. Though I don't understand how it does that. Like I have it like in the middle, which should be in the middle of my blue screen, but it feels like the camera sees way further that way, and it pisses me off more than I care to express. Because like there's stuff over there, and it's a pain to get the curtain that far over. I'm gonna be rearranging this room here in the coming days, so hopefully I can make things better. Fireworm Tzeentch? No, I don't care about the Fireworm. The Fireworm is literally just a Chaos Spawn of Tzeentch. I don't need it. I don't care about it. I don't think it's worth adding in as a unit. I would just do a new elite infantry unit, chuck in like Egron von Horseman, and call it a day. Galroch, yeah, Galroch would be cool. Galroch is like a fine, like, you know, Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, hero. I don't think he'd necessarily purely be Tzeentch coded. He's more of just kind of like wherever he ends up. Because he could be a Warriors of Chaos character that's also available to Tzeentch, or he could be a Tzeentch character that's also available to the Warriors of Chaos. Like any of those would work perfectly fine for him, because he's, you know, kind of like one of the big bads that can just show up and do whatever he wants. Since we got Blood Beasts, what would be the other Godspawn equivalent? Would they be worth it to add? No, I don't think they would. I think the only reason we got them with Khorne was that Scylla Anfringrim is a somewhat unique Chaos Spawn model. And so they decided to take Scylla's, like, his overall skeleton and design and animations and recycle what they could to make a new unit, which ended up being the Blood Beasts. But I don't think they're ever gonna repeat that again. Like, I think that's a one-time thing. Because they didn't treat the Blood Beast like a Chaos Spawn unit. You know, they're like, oh, they're miniature Scylas. That's it. They're miniature Scylas, the end, done. And I don't think they're gonna do that for the others, because it would be what? The Tzeentch Fireworm, which I think the only time the Fireworm was even actually interesting was in Age of Reckoning. Warhammer Age of Reckoning, which had it as a, like, the max tier summon for the Magus character, which was cool. But I don't need it. And then you had the what was the other one? The for Nurgle, it was the Beast of Nurgle, or the, was it? Hold on, I finally found my Storm of Chaos book, and it only made me feel somewhat insane because it was on my shelf, even though I looked for it like crazy and couldn't find it, even though it was on my shelf. So that made me feel fucking insane, but whatever. Oh no, this is actually not the right book. It would actually be in the Hordes of Chaos, not that book. But I also have that book right here. So let's see, the Specialized Chaos Spawn. Where are they? Warhounds, Bloodletters, Furies, Spawn of Chaos. So it was the Beast of Nurgle, the Fiend of Slaanesh, the Blood Beast of Khorne, and the Fireworm of Tzeentch. So the Beast of Nurgle is now its own thing. Like, the Beast of Nurgle got turned into a demon, and that's it. Like, it got turned into a demon in the end. The Fiend of Slaanesh got turned into a demon. Got turned into the Fiends of Slaanesh. So that one's, there you go. Blood Beast of Khorne we now have as a separate entity. So the Fireworm of Tzeentch is the only one that kind of still vaguely exists. But I don't know. I think Tzeentch would benefit much more from, like, a higher tier infantry unit instead of a instead of, like, just another like, beast unit. I don't think Tzeentch needs fireworms. No Archaon's lieutenants? No. Like, Archaon's lieutenants, I do not think you should put in the game just to have them. Where they are appropriate to add, I think it's fine. Like, for instance, Steerkar of the Swartzvenair, I have him as the legendary hero for Slaanesh. That would come with the DLC, because he's got an interesting he's got like a double model, in that we have the version of him on foot. We also have a version of him on the Serpent of Slaanesh. He would make a lot of sense with the DLC because he would fit the serpent motif that we'd have with T'Kala. And he'd also fit really well, as he thematically would be very similar to the new units. One of the new units I talked about, the Hell Reavers of Slaanesh, which are the Knights of Slaanesh on serpents. So, like, he's, like, you know, the hero version of them. So for several reasons, he fits extremely well as a character for Slaanesh, and obviously he'd also be available to the Warriors of Chaos and yada yada. So for those reasons, I would add him to the game. but like I would not add any of the other three, because I don't think there's anything interesting about them that makes them better than other characters that could compete with them for space. And the thing about Chaos that I think a lot of people kind of need to get understand is that Chaos has a very limited amount of Chaos has a very, very, very limited amount of spots, because of the fact that it's been like it's a relatively small amount of content that has an overwhelming amount of material. Because when you're looking at the Warhammer world from like a global perspective, so like you're taking the entirety of the Warhammer world into account instead of just instead of just like a small like singular race or whatever. Chaos has received so much more material compared to almost every other faction and group in the game, that it's kind of silly. And there's just no feasible way to implement everything. It's just not gonna happen. So I'm always very much on the lookout for things that I'm like, okay, we need to have this, or this is expressing a very new idea, or this is supporting like a unit or a concept that we don't have in the game. If a character is like showing up and there's nothing they're doing, like there's no new role they're fulfilling, they don't like have like an interesting relationship to a new unit that could be added and stuff like that, then for me they're going right on the chopping block. Like I'm immediately going in the trash, because there's other stuff I could fit in those slots. So it's like when I'm looking at Zinch, I like, if we're looking at like legendary heroes, for instance, I go, okay, do I take a infantry sorcerer character like Archaon's Lieutenant, the father and son duo? Well, I would say no, because they're very similar to Village, and that Village is two characters kind of combined into one. And the Zinch Lieutenant is kind of a similar concept, except for it's a father-son type duo instead of a brother duo. But he's a wizard on foot. I already have a powerful spellcaster legendary hero with good old the Blue Horrors, and I also have like a classic older focus character that's very iconic with man, my brain is struggling with names this morning. What's his face? The doofus with the big sword with the wind blade. Echoed Hellbrass. So it's like, all right, I've got Echoed Hellbrass as like my classic old school Zinch design, who's a big badass warrior, and then I've got my Blue Horrors as like my extremely powerful wizard hero, even though they have like kind of a bizarre, crazy magic system. So when I look at another Zinch legendary hero, just to kind of like, I'm not like railing on whoever, I'm not trying to rail against someone for suggesting it. I'm just explaining to y'all like the way my brain works on it. Well, when I look at that, I go, okay, so I could have this guy. Let me remind myself what his name is, because it's been a hot second since I was looking at. So we could have Melik the Changer. But Melik the Changer, so it's like, okay, he'd be a Zinch caster on foot. One of the important things to note about Archaon's lieutenants is that, rather interestingly, they have models that are like credited as being them, so they each have like a model. However, none of them, to my knowledge, had playable profiles. So like Steercar, I love Steercar. Steercar has 2 models that are credited with being him. And he even got like a major focus in the Liber Chaotica. Like he got like several pages with new artwork and his full story showing off like what a cool character he is and all this stuff. So he has all that going for him. But despite having all of that going for him, he still does not have a playable profile. Like Steercar doesn't have any rules, he doesn't have any magic items, he was never an actual playable character. So it's like, okay, so he's not really that, like, he's still the choice I went with because I think there's some strengths to him. But Melik the Changer is even worse, where he got a little bit of story to him, I think in a White Dwarf article, but like he was never playable. He only has 1 model, which is him and his son. But it's like, okay, I could have Melik the Changer, who's kind of like just a regular Tzeentch wizard hero, which is just not that interesting, or I could have Galrach. I could have the father of the Chaos Dragons, who's a big, crazy, 2-headed, powerful dragon with an iconic design that is a significantly more powerful caster. Like, he's a significantly more powerful wizard, and he's also a much more storied and interesting character, and was actually playable for several editions. Alright, I'm obviously going to go with Galrach. When I'm looking at Lords, Egron von Horseman, like, stomps all over Melik the Changer. Like, so to me, Melik the Changer, instantly in the garbage. Like, chopping block garbage. I don't have time for it. Don't have time for him. I'm gonna focus on things that are actually interesting, and he's not that. Compared to the other things I could play around with and mess with. And so, like, when I look at Tzeentch, for me personally, I'm very much looking at it purely from a perspective of, like, if I got, like, 1 more legendary lord, 1 more legendary hero,
Has you ever made any
maybe
maps in
1 or 2
TTRPGs?
units.
If so, have you ever encountered the problem where you finish the map and are then like, crap, I forgot to add X thing. I was just making a hotel for my VTM Doriador character, finished the ground floor and realized, oh no, I forgot the
Forgot the boiler room. Dino Man, that is a very, very, very Andy Law focused question, I think. I shall admit that I have never designed a map. Well, I don't know about never, but I haven't designed a map in, like, long enough that if I have like forgotten everything that I did in regards to it. So, my answer is sadly no. However, I would encourage you to bring that up the next time we're doing Lore Beers with Andy Law, because I think he would find that very relatable. Whereas I do not, because I'm lame. So I apologize for being lame. But yeah. Hell Reavers as a sauce for the name. There is no source to that. That's what I called them. So all of the knights, or all of the, not all of them. So a lot of the units, we'll put it that way. A lot of the units that Creative Assembly has added to the game don't actually, like, exist really in the setting. CA kind of, like, hand waves some stuff to make them into a thing. For instance, the Doom Knights of Tzeentch. That is not a thing in tabletop or the lore. It never has been. Like, the concept, you could go, oh, that makes sense, but it's never been an actual thing. And the name Doom Knight is literally just, they took the Chaos Knight unit, and the unit champion of a unit of Chaos Knights is called a Doom Knight. So they were like, ta-da, Doom Knights. Even though there's no, like, support for that anywhere. They took a unit champion name and they slapped it on a new unit. And they do that a lot. That's like a tried and true method. So that's exactly what I did, where I was looking at the, you know, these Slaanesh cavalry, these like elite Slaanesh guys, knights, riding on the serpents, and I was like, what would I call these? Like, what would CA more than likely name these guys based on their design? And I thought about it for a little bit, and I was like, Hell Reavers. That would probably make perfect sense, because that is the unit champion name for Hellstriders of Slaanesh, which Hellstriders are mortals that ride on steeds of Slaanesh. So having the big boy version be Hell Reavers, I think, is sensible and works really well. So that's why I call them that. But I talked about that in the video. That is purely made up. Like, there's no like, here's the here's the quote. There is no quote. I made it up. They could just call them like Serpent Knights of Slaanesh. I don't think that's as interesting, but that is a option they could choose if they so desired.
This world is mine.
Isabella von Carstein!
Swiftly. I will.
Actually, no. I want y'all on the... Oh, there's Grave Guard on both sides.
Blood nuts.
Blood frenzy! At once!
I am busy.
See, which of my units are kind of on the front lines here? Oh, my halberds?
By Van Hell.
Your time has come! I am immortal!
Come on. Or stabilize that one.
It is done!
Y'all come help over here.
Darkness reigns.
So minimize our losses here.
End them. Harkon's blood. They shall bleed.
Dance macabre!
Onwards!
Yes!
We're gonna debuff the spears so I can send my guys in and they won't take much damage. Let's grab this. Y'all can come this way.
Isabella von Carstein!
Try to keep the bats alive. I would rather they not die.
Another wretched, foul-lizard thing. It joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Olisking.
Hey,
It's
Survivor!
prime time, sub time.
Thank you very much for the 10 months. I really appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good job. Alright, let's claim the last one. There we go. Ah, there we go. I've seen some people responding to CA saying Nagash is potentially too powerful by saying we already have wizards of equal power. I know Mazdamundi is powerful, but is he as powerful as Nagash is at the original height of his power back when he fought Alcantazar? I would say yes. I would say he is. It's a different it's a different situation. Because Nagash, how do I say this? Nagash at the height of his power is a bit of a funny sentence. That you may not realize is kind of a funny sentence, because what it kind of implies that is not technically correct is it implies the idea that Nagash is that powerful, like was that powerful just like universally. So like when Nagash was, like when he did the big ritual, that's just how strong Nagash was, and that's not true. Like that's not correct. Nagash did what's called a ritual, where he built up a significant amount of magic over time, like a long period of time, and he started working on a really, really powerful ritual that took him a significant amount of effort to design, to build up, and then to cast. And Nagash casting that ritual was so horrifically exhausting that despite all of his power, he basically kind of went comatose and just like sat on his throne and was basically like, if you didn't know better, you would think he was dead, because he was just like sitting on his throne, not making any noise, just sitting there. And some people thought he like actually was dead, but of course he wasn't. He was just kind of recovering from exerting so much of his will and ability. So it kind of, to say like, oh, Nagash was so powerful that like he was basically a god, but like it wasn't like he was able to maintain that level of power and is just like that all the time. That was like a spike. That was like the absolute height he was able to hit. Mazdamundi could do the same thing, but Mazdamundi would also need to do a ritual. He would need to like tap into the geomantic web and pull a significant amount of magic and power out of it and wield that magic and power against whoever, to unleash just like absolute insane levels of strength. Now, Mazdamundi would not do that. That's not something Mazdamundi would be willing to do, because doing so would have devastating effects on the geomantic web. And if there's one thing that Mazdamundi is not willing to compromise, it is the geomantic web. So, like, I don't think it would be very in character for Mazdamundi to do that. But that being said, I think a lot of people are misinterpreting what Creative Assembly said. Some people seem to be interpreting it as, oh, Creative Assembly said they don't want to put Nagash in the game because he's too powerful, and that's not what they said. What they're trying to communicate is that implementing Nagash into the game is a difficult design issue, because people have a very high expectation on how powerful Nagash should be, and they are going to be sitting on the drawing board for a long time figuring out how best to implement it. That is what they're trying to do. Is like, I think, like, is Nagash coming to Total War? Yes, I think that it is inevitable, without a shadow of a doubt, that Nagash will be in Total War Warhammer. But kind of like is implied by the post, I also do not know what version of Nagash they're gonna do, as far as like, are they gonna try to make him like the strongest character in the game? Is he gonna be kind of more like Lord Croak and Ariel, where he is super duper duper powerful, but you know, he's, you know, like if you build him up in campaign, he's like amazing. Or do they want like a campaign built around him? Like there's just a lot of different ways you could interpret Nagash. Because if you do something like, oh well, we want to make Nagash like a legendary lord who's got this crazy campaign that's built up around him becoming really, really powerful over the course of the campaign, is a very different thing than saying, well, okay, we want Nagash to be extremely powerful right out of the gate. So if Nagash is going to be like super freakishly powerful coming out of the gate, then we probably need to make him a legendary hero. That way he is something that you unlock over the course of your campaign. You don't start a campaign with him. Whereas if instead you want to have a discussion of, oh, well, we want him to start off weak, or, you know, relatively weak, and then he eventually becomes hyper powerful, well, in that case, you probably want him to be a legendary lord. So there's a lot of different ways they can do it. I don't think there's a wrong answer. There's just different answers. But I think that's kind of what CA is mostly thinking about and dealing with at this moment in time.
All life must end. Die, mortals, die!
And once again, to make it very clear, I don't think there's like one true method. I think there are several ways it could be done. If I could kill him without his reinforcements showing up, I think I would like to. I think they're gonna show up just in time. Ugh. Yep, okay. Literally down to like the second. Cool. Alright, in we go. Okay, we dominated the air fight, which is good. We also won the dire roll fight, also good. So let's go get on the Necromancer.
Lord of the Dead.
I am darkness.
The guy should be an unlockable legendary lord who doesn't have his own campaign, but takes over for whoever managed to resurrect / summon him. Think crown mechanic, but for an entire faction. That'd be an interesting way to do it.
What do you want?
I don't think I like that much, to be honest. Like, because that would kind of, like, I don't know, that'd be a little weird. Like, the idea of, like, he has, like, campaign mechanics, but he only gets them by, like, being a parasite on someone else's campaign. Like, I feel like at that point, you're... To me, that kind of feels like you're making a worse legendary hero, because instead of making it where he can, like, show up in other people's armies, it's like, oh, well, I arbitrarily just really dislike the idea of Nagash being a hero. I feel like Nagash should be a lord because it's Nagash, and therefore lord. Even though I don't think that's, like... I don't think that's a very helpful way to think of it, in my opinion. But because I'll tell you my thought, right? My thought personally is that the big thing for me is that I feel like the big thing with Nagash that CA has to answer themselves is, do they want Nagash to be the ultimate lord of the undead, right? So, like, is the point of Nagash that he is gonna have access to every single undead army? So, like, does he get roster access to... Actually, you know what? No. Does he get roster access to Tomb King's Vampire Coast, Vampire Counts, and he's able to be like this crazy hybridized undead legion, right? Like, is that what the point is with Nagash, is to be like the ultimate fusion of the undead? Because if you're doing that, then I think he has to be a legendary lord, because at that point he has a mechanic, which his mechanic is that he has some sort of system or ability that allows him to take over and, you know, combine all of the different forms of undead. He's leading the undead legions, right? And the undead legions would then be a faction. Or is the goal to allow Nagash to be a freakish, but if you're also doing that, then he needs to be relatively balanced. Like, he needs to start off as a reasonably very, very weak character who, over the course of the campaign, builds up to extremely high levels of power. What in the world? And as he builds up to very, very high levels of power, he is, you know, he becomes really, really powerful. Which I think is a very, very fair way to do Nagash. I think that's completely reasonable, because then all you're doing is you're saying, all right, we're going to start off with crappy Nagash, and, like, over the course of the campaign, he has to go get all of his artifacts. He has to get the Claw of Nagash, the Crown of Nagash, he needs to get his staff, he needs to get his sword, and he needs to get his armor. That's, you know, that's a lot of shit you got to go pick up. And as he gets those things, he gets stronger, and he gets access to more and more stuff. That is Legendary Lord Nagash. If the goal, instead, once again, is that, no, I want Nagash coming out of the gates as End Times Nagash, where the second you get him on the battlefield, he is just like the most kick-ass, super freakishly powerful character, and he just shows up to kick the shit out of people, chew bubblegum, and take names. Then he has to be a legendary hero. He has to be something that all of the undead factions get a quest about him, and you have to go jump through a bunch of hoops, and if you successfully jump through all of the hoops in question, then you will gain access to Nagash, and he joins your faction, and he is like a nightmarishly powerful character that is just slapping people across the face constantly. In which case, you get him, he maybe gives you like access to some units, or he buffs certain kinds of units. He has like some interesting synergies, and he kind of shows up and you just kind of stick him where you need him. So that is my thoughts on it. Not everyone's going to agree with that. I would even go so far as to say a lot of people are just going to flat out be like, no, I hate that. But that's my current opinion on Nagash. Would Nagash need to reclaim his books? Oh yeah, you'd have to get his books as well. I mean, so that's like 14 items, right? If you wanted Nagash as the legendary lord to be that crazy, you know, you have the claw, so you have his hand, you have the claw of Nagash, the staff of Nagash, the crown of Nagash, his armor, and then the 9 books of Nagash. And his sword. Can't forget the sword. Which is, that's a lot of things. I think we're gonna let Isabella be more of our wizard a bit. I mean, Vlad, we'll give Vlad some magic. Well, you know, we'll hybridize them nicely. Let's get some more armor on Isabella. You're not going to be in this army for too much longer. I'm just getting you to level 10.
I am unstoppable.
I will take a corpse cart. And I will take a ghoul. Also, give me Von Karstein so I can get Sylvanian crossbowmen. Hell yeah. Alright, and then let's get defenses up in our capital.
All shall know me and tremble.
Oh, beastmen are burning shit all over the place. I need that building up for one more turn. Alright, that's fine. I think the important part for Nagash would be if he is part of a wider faction with other legendary lords. That's very true. That's very true. You know, honestly, the character that I would be the most interested about if Creative Assembly could do, because I don't know if they'd be allowed to use him. That would be a fun note with Nagash would be, of course, the Constant Drakenfels, you know, as the Nameless. I mean, granted, they could just be like, oh, well, we're not allowed to use Drakenfels, but we can use the Nameless, and just use the Nameless and, you know, call it a day. But, yeah, that would be very interesting to me, to see how they would kind of want to handle all that. Let's go get my sword while I don't have any enemies here. Sadie girl, what are you doing? You being a good girl? Oh, my shoes in your way. I'm sorry. You gonna lay down? Yeah, you gotta lay down, big girl. Your feet are wet. Someone let you outside, didn't dry your feet off.
I have not seen such a pathetic sight since mine father-in-law Otto took his last breath. Is this all that thine empire can muster? What a pitiful age this is. It makes me ponder for the era of worthy foes such as Wilhelm, or that wolf knight Kruger. Not this pathetic squabble of mortal men. Yet my sword thirsts, and so it shall be slaked in the blood of living fools that think to challenge the might of von Karstein. Let the slaughter begin!
Shiro in some PC games in the Warhammer universe, like Dark Omen, undead armies had screaming catapults that shot giant burning skulls. Yeah, they got moved to the Tomb Kings. Because that was so. The Dark Omen and stuff, those focus on games that, or those games were before the undead were split up. So it was just the undead. But you know, as we got later in the editions, now we have, you know, we have like, oh, we've got freaking. Sorry, I'm trying to like remember. Like I remember some stuff like pops out over here, and I'm trying to let my ghouls be on the up and up there. You know, there's a once the Tomb Kings were invented and they separated the Tomb Kings and the vampire counts from one another, that led to the whole thing that we have now of like, well, the vampire counts tend to not use shooting. Some vampire count lists do use shooting in certain editions, like obviously the Sylvanian roster had Sylvanian crossbowmen and Sylvanian marksmen and all that. But it depends on the edition you're looking at. A lot of the time it's just like, oh, we're gonna do like classic vampire counts for Warhammer Fantasy 6th, 7th, and 8th edition. Classic vampire counts without like a specialization don't have any shooting whatsoever outside of like screaming attacks. So like your banshees, your terror guys, stuff like that. And then but if you go before that, if you go to 5th edition, you had the actual like undead, which the undead, you know, were a completely different can of worms. Because they had all sorts of goodies. What's the best book to read for some Karl Franz? Karl Franz plays a fairly major role in the Swords of the Emperor series. So there's a couple books that are part of what's known as the Swords of the Emperor by Chris Raitt, and those books feature Karl Franz as a pretty important character. Come back, you jerk. Ow, 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 ow.
With haste. Your time has come.
Remember, this fight is annoying because, like, the enemies that you have to kill, so many of them just, like, keep rallying and coming back. Let's see. Where is my black coach? There he is. Alright, good. They're going to be able to deal with that. Ghouls are winning that little exchange.
Crossbows ready, General.
Characters getting bullied by Isabella. My infantry squad can start heading over this way.
Master of the undead.
Slap them with a slowdown.
We are immortal.
I can get my Blood Knights on the Hellstorm rocket batteries. We will, so we can start taking those down. Y'all go for them. You go for them.
I thirst.
Slap them with a debuff. Alright, we're coming in on the Hellblasters. Okay, good job over here. That character is slowly getting worn down. Let's buff my stats a little bit here.
Night has fallen.
Alright, I think that's about everything.
This world is mine.
When do I think Cabana will show up? The day that pigs start fucking flying, my dude. Because that's all Cabana is. He's a flying pig that has just an endless boner for femboy Sanguinius, and he just can't control himself. It's so bad the man transcends universes.
Isabella.
It's a special kind of down bad.
Vlad von Karstein.
When we get an open world Warhammer Fantasy game, I would love to get a new one, but for right now, we do have Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning, which the private server, which is really, really easy to download and get into. It's super easy now. It's a very, very good game that's very well maintained. They've even been adding new content instead of just like fixing old content. They're actually adding lots of new content now. Like they just added a new dungeon. So if you haven't, I would highly recommend checking out Return of Reckoning. Even if you're just like, I just like lore stuff. As long as you have like a squad of like, I'd say like 3 people, you can do most of the game's PvE content pretty easily and just like run around and explore, and it's really, really, really good.
The world will drown.
It's not like a perfect game, but it's got a lot of good things going for it.
Karstein.
Alright, let's grab Immortal Horror. Let's have you go ahead and pick up Final Point Dark Knight, make you real tanky. This is our, yeah, okay. Spread Corruption. You're gonna do the Hunger. Let's get Schwarzhofen to upgrade. And Waldenhof, I would like a money building.
The von Karstein.
Alright, I think the best place for us to hit is gonna be Aberheim first.
I will not parley with.
I kind of want to deal with Clan Creepus before I do anything else.
Champion of the dark.
Yeah, let's go to Mordheim.
I am invincible. Swifter than death.
You can get rid of that. We're not building anything right now, so go ahead and I don't really need any of these. So I guess we'll leave it on growth, that's fine. Alright. More demonic warband upgrades for Be'lakor. I just want to completely rework Be'lakor. I would just rework Be'lakor from the ground up. I really don't like this current implementation. I would redo it very heavily. There's a Warhammer Fantasy MMO that's kind of close. I've heard some rumors. Like, I haven't heard anything that gets me, like, particularly like, oh man, I'm so excited. Oh, dang it, they died. Okay. Well, back to bullying Aberheim. Yeah, I've heard what I would very lightly call, like, rumors. But nothing that has gotten me like, oh, I'm like really, really excited, or I think this is gonna be really good or interesting. I'm just kind of waiting to see what's gonna pan out. I would really like a good new fantasy game. It'd be really nice, and like a different style. What achievement are we doing? We're getting the very hard campaign with vampire counts. But I'm doing it in the style of Immortal Emperor. So my goal is to vassalize as many of the Empire factions as I can. Though we do have to destroy Reichland in order to get the achievement. Unfortunately for Reichland. Alright, Leitdorf. Time to go bully an elector count. So, I'll tell you, one of the things that I'm going to be making a video on for, what's it called? For, Creative Assembly. One of the things that really bothers me about the game right now is this. So, if you play an Azhag campaign, right? If you play as Azhag, Azhag gets a significant base bonus with undead factions because of the Crown of Nakash. But if you look on here, Creative Assembly does this really lazy, annoying thing where if the AI is playing one of these factions, they don't get the bonuses, which means a lot of the like loreful alliances that we'd love to see in the game from like the AI, the AI doesn't do it because CA doesn't give the AI those diplomacy bonuses, which they should. So like Azhag doesn't like the undead. Kemmler doesn't like chaos. Archon the Black and Luther Harkin don't really like each other that much. You know, all those different factions that are supposed to have positive relationships don't, because CA hasn't done this, and it makes me very irritated. Because that should just be there. Oh wait, do I have a treaty with him? Damn it.
All right. Do not waste my time with petty talk. Make your offer and be done.
Okay, so I can't declare war on Aberheim, or else I will get in trouble.
Cower before me.
So I guess we'll bully... I guess we'll bully Talabheim. I would do Stirland, but Stirland's kind of... Oh wait, does Stirland only have one settlement left? Oh, they do, you say? All right, let's bully we'll bully Stirland, which is very appropriate. Vampire counts are always bullying Stirland. Do I recommend reading / listening to the Lords of the Lance? Yeah, I thought the Lords of the Lance was really, really good. My only issue with I only had like 2 or 3 issues with the book. One of which, like, Graham McNeil made a couple of small errors. Like, he accidentally calls King Lewin Orcslayer, he accidentally calls him, Lewin Leoncoeur, which, you know, is the modern day, or is like the age of Karl Franz king, not the king of the old world. Lewin Orcslayer is a completely different person. So that was an unfortunate mistake. And he I think the book also could have done a better job of explaining some of the nuance of the what do you call it? The outcast Bretonians, because he has some really interesting ideas with the outcast Bretonians. Like, you meet this like really kick-ass group of female Pegasus Knights that are actually really, really awesome. But one of them wields a bow, and I think, which normal Bretonia knights are not allowed to use ranged weapons. However, they're exiled knights. They're knights that live in the Border Princes, and they follow a very, very different form of chivalric code than the Bretonians that are back in Bretonia. So I think it would have been nice if he had kind of explored the idea more, because the way he wrote it, because he didn't, in my opinion, he didn't do a very good job kind of like explaining what was happening. It kind of results in like people reading it and being like, oh, Graham McNeil made a really, really stupid mistake. What a dumbass. Which, I mean, that could be the case. It could be that he just goofed. But like, I think it's a genuinely interesting idea. I'm here to save the Empire! Because I'm fucking Vlad von Karstein. I'm here to save the Empire from Zinch, from the Changeling. Oh, Crowd Tier, thank you so much for the super chat. They could do a Warriors of Chaos with Nagash and give him a bonus to vassalizing undead factions with buffs to allied recruitment. Also petition Creative Assembly to change the name of Blackstone Post to Castle Drakenfels. Those are doable things. I think it used to be called Castle Drakenfels back in Warhammer 2. I'm not sure why they changed the name. I have been very consistently not so gently asking them to fix the name of Carrick Ungor because it's supposed to be Red Eye Mountain. I also feel like Ekrend should be Mount Bloodhorn instead of Ekrend, because Ekrend is what the dwarfs call it, and the dwarfs are the ones currently in control, not the dwarfs. So, or no, the greenskins are currently in control. So I feel like the greenskin name should be the one that's used. But that's an issue that they're very, very slow to do anything about, because like it doesn't really matter that much, but to me it matters. So, you know. Actually, I want y'all to kill the Changebringers as fast as possible, because the Changebringers, I think, are very scary. Alright, is that everybody? Oh no, my cavalry. It's like, I'm forgetting somebody. We want our cavalry shadowing the cockatrice. But I will, Cryotier, I will add that to my list, because I do think it would be more interesting for it to be called Castle Drakenfels as well. I also think it should have more, like, goodies for factions that would want to, like, take advantage of Drakenfels. Oh wow, they are flat up not having a good time. Alright, Changeling, let's fucking dance, bro. Man, those Furies are like messing up my poor old Vargulf something, or my Vargai something fierce. Alright, knights. Let's get over here and get on these change bros. For me! Okay. Good job, good job. Let's fall back. Put cockatrice. Slam into these assholes. Yeah, lead them to the crossbowmen. There you go. Alright, the changeling's almost dead. See if y'all can take out that iridescent horror. Let's focus the cockatrice. Hey! Shorter, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, and thanks to Valorant for the follow-up gift sub. Because Valorant, for some reason, is matching subs, but, you know, hey, I'll take it. I love free money. Free money is the best kind. Thank you so much, Shorter. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Buff myself. This is the true Vlad experience. Showing up to kick the shit out of chaos to save the Empire that didn't appreciate my love when it was young. Suck. Oh. Suck on this. Boom! Got him.
Very well. Blood Knight. Bow before me.
Woof. We did take some casualties, though. Okay, Cockatrice is dead. Let's just run down these Zongors here. No survivors. No survivors.
Avani DK cheered. X100.
Oh, Avani, thanks so much for the bits. I really appreciate that. Alright, I think the vampire can get the last one. Maybe. There he goes. Alright, the changeling has been massacred. Alexander, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, I'm curious of your thoughts on maybe giving Rakarth access to the normal Taurus from the Chaos Dwarfs roster. I would like that. Is there any other monster you think could fit Rakarth's faction? I think that would be perfectly reasonable. I think adding a couple of bonus monsters to Rakarth from, like, the various places he can go in the world would be totally fine. So I would very much agree that I think the regular Taurus would be a perfectly reasonable creature for him to find, like, when he's in the Darklands type terrain areas. I think I would also give him... Oh god, I'm trying to remember what monsters he doesn't have access to. Like, as long as they're, like, you know, animals, that don't have too significant of, like, an elemental leaning, I think they're all, pretty much all fair game. Okay. Do I want Uncanny Presence? Oh, it gives me plus 15 winds of magic? Yeah, I do want that. I guess we could go for Lightning Strike, because Vlad is a tactical genius, of course. Isabella, let's grab Queen Bee, which makes our heroes way more awesome in the correct area. Speaking of which, she can now leave our army and go be a badass elsewhere. But if you're going to be an agent, I don't need you on horse. You can just be on foot. Let's see. No. You can have the Potion of Toughness and the Ogre Blade. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We can give Isabella the Sword of Strife. And you can go ahead and steal the Corpse Thief from him, because it'll actually be better on you. And there's just, yeah, there's lots of dead shit here. Oh my god, we can get some really good stuff. We can get some really good stuff. I'll take a Vargolf. I'll take... Oh, this is hard. I'll take Graveguard with great weapons. And I'll take... Unholy Lodestone. Is that the healing one? Yeah, the regenerating corpse cart. Yeah, let's get that.
I am invincible.
Oh, you cowardly jerks.
Very well. It is done.
Alright, that works out.
Who wishes the red kiss
You
this night?
go find me people to feast on. Are Taros not too intelligent for a Rakarth? No. No. I think you're thinking more of a Lamasu, not a Taurus. Lamasu are very, very, very clever and intelligent creatures. Taurus are not that particularly clever.
I thirst.
Like, some of the older ones would be, but a lot of them wouldn't. Do you think it's a bit too gamey to make 2 to 3 stacks of zombies just to kill them somewhere to get access to all the vampire count units early? I mean, you're taking advantage of the systems you have available to you, so I think it's fine. I personally wouldn't do it, but it's something that, it's where. Finally watched the 40k secret level episode. If they were doing an animation of something for fantasy, what would I have them do? Go Trek and Felix. I would just have them do like a very short Go Trek and Felix storyline that gets like the point and the story of the characters across. Oh, the Red Duke is deceased. Rip.
Ready. Time to die.
Nice. See, if I save up, I get control. You don't get guns until tier 3, which I think I'd rather have something else. I think I would rather have character experience. To Lamians.
Joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Cursed Sotek spawn. What do I get for wine? Just control. It's not that great right now. Like, I'm fine with that in the long run, but for right now, I don't really need that. I think I would rather... I think I would just want wine in a garrison, to be honest. Let's just upgrade our farmstead for the moment. Okay, the beastmen have vanished.
You dare.
The world will drown in blood.
Alright.
Never.
I'm here for you, Sterland. But I'm gonna take my time, because I can just sit here in channeling stance. Which is fine by me. Oh, the changeling is being a little bitch. I don't think so. 30 over par. Thank you very much for the 37 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Shorter, thank you again very much for the 5 gift subs. If y'all got a gift sub from Shorter, please make sure to thank him. What am I hoping for the Shadows of Change 3.0 update? Yeah, we are kind of on like Shadows of Change 3.0. My big wish list for the Shadows of Change thing, which I'll be doing a video on this, but I want to wait until CA is back in the office because I feel like I want them to see it because I'm gonna be like, here's the things I think y'all should do, and please do it. I think for me, the goal would be I would want some slight changes to the Changelings campaign to make it where the Changeling has a very reliable fail state. So like make it where the AI is better equipped to like sense and deal with the player. That way it is an interesting campaign that's possible to lose, because that's a pretty popular complaint against it that I think is reasonable. And I also think that's something that could be fixed pretty easily without breaking the bank. And then I would also say, oh my god, he still has his flamers and he still has the changebringers. Rip. So much of me. I have him outnumbered, but I think he has way better stats than I do. Whatever, go die. Positions, everyone, positions. Alright, let's boogie. Our main goal is to kill the flamers right now.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Happy sub baby.
After what? Happy sub baby? Oh no. I can't afford the child payments. Oh god. My already crippled finances. Thank you for the 9 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, we're gonna see if we can surround and kill these guys. Honestly, the Changebringers are what I am by far the most afraid of. Okay, good job. Scatter! Scatter! Oh, for the love of God, scatter! Oh my god, it hurts! Spread out, losers! Oh my god, it hurts. The schemes have no impact. Yeah, that would probably be the biggest thing as well. Like, there needs to be a fail state, and they also need to make it where when you successfully pull off a big scheme, it needs to have a very, very dramatic impact on the campaign. Like, it shouldn't just be a little like, oh, tee-hee, look at this silly little thing. It should be like, yeah, no, shit is, like, gonna be drastically changed in that region and destabilized. That way you really get the fun feeling of being, like, the asshole trickster that gets to just kind of, like, screw around and make things worse for lots and lots of people. Okay, he's out of ammo. That's good. I don't know if the AI even knows how to, like, transform with the Changeling. I feel like when the AI is playing the Changeling, they should give his AI, like, they should just have him, like, default unlocked with a couple characters, and, like, maybe every once in a while he gets some new ones. That way he's able to be an interesting opponent. Oh, no! Okay, never mind. He just turned into Katerin. Never mind. He absolutely knows how to do it. He just doesn't. Sometimes, I guess. Alright, looks like he got army lost. He's just doing shenanigans. Never mind. I stand corrected. He just turned into Katerin there right at the end. Transform and change back? Oh, I just missed it. Yeah, that being said, I think the most important thing to me personally for Shadows of Change's update is the Kislev rework. Kislev needs a significant overhaul. I actually have like a big old document on one of my side screens that's just rework ideas for Kislev and like improving all of their campaigns and their characters and stuff. Jesus Christ, that was a big old thunderbolt. Or thunder boom, whatever. Yeah, I've been working a lot on how to make Kislev something interesting that has like a racial identity, like a faction identity, while also having unique experiences for each of the factions, which currently is not really the case.
The world will be mine.
Okay, let's get rid of the ghouls so I can have another unit of halberd grave guard. So I have 2 of these kinds. And then I would really... Oh, I get a mortis engine? Oh my god, that'd be sweet.
No mercy.
Hell yeah. Sterling's the best. It's such a fucked up place that it just produces like awesome units.
They will know our death.
Good stuff.
Undeath Ascendant. Yes.
Let's go this way.
Death.
Alright, I'm not gonna build anything there right now. I really would like a garrison there, but money is a little tight at the moment. Styles of Change for me needs a massive Kislev buffs to both campaign and units. I mean, Kislev units are very good. Like, Kislevite units are awesome. I don't know what buffs they would really need. Like, I could definitely see some slight... There are several units that could use maybe some, like, slight tweaks. But, like, as far as, like, overall performance goes, unless there's something like... I mean, obviously there's, like, the big range bug issue at the moment. But to my knowledge, Kislev performs pretty well. Yeah, we'll wait one more turn. Kislev's biggest problem is their economy. More bears.
Red kiss.
Armored Kossars with spears is the FLC unit. I'll counter propose. My counter proposal would be Streltsy with Bardich. Bardiche? I don't know if it's Bardiche or Bardik. So like the halberds that they also can like use to balance and shoot their guns off of. So they would be an anti-large armor-piercing unit that's also able to shoot guns.
Kill.
How could you fail me, woman?
Blood.
Alright, now we can take Word Bad. I mean, last I played, I think Kislev tends to have a pretty decent economy. Like, you have to... Kislev's economy very much revolves around you have to plan it out efficiently. Like, you can't... It's not like, oh, I just do this really obvious thing. But, like, if you play your cards right, they can get pretty good. It's pronounced Bardiche. Okay, thank you. Armored Kossars with spears are already in the game. That's true. They are in the prologue. So yeah, I would be fine with those being added to campaign. I always found it is a little odd. Granted, I think their unit art is like, if I remember correctly, I think it's like the great weapon unit art, but they don't wield great weapons for some reason. All right, we're gonna have Vlad go on the walls, even though historically, Vlad von Karstein being on castle walls doesn't. Probably, you know, after. Question. Do y'all think after Vlad's death, if the Total War timeline was like the actual timeline, like the real one, do y'all think when Vlad comes back, after being dead, like he's resurrected, do you think his butt clenches a little bit? Like, do you think he gets like a little tense every time he has to go on like a castle wall? Because he just starts having like PTSD flashbacks to dying Altdorf when he got like tackled off the wall. Like, I feel like Vlad would be really big now on like Vampire Count's OSHA, and making sure all of the walls and buildings and stuff have like proper guardrails to make sure he doesn't get like tackled off the wall by some deranged Grand Theogenist again. He's like a strict enforcer.
Vlad von Karstein.
Bow before me.
Vlad von Karstein. Victory is mine.
Corpse cat. Yes, awake, minions.
His lady.
Actually, go bang open that door.
Fire on them, lads.
Behold my ultimate power, my wife.
I'm in your throat.
Life is a phase. Going forth.
Your time has come. Swiftly.
I don't like halberds. I'm leaving now.
Countess. I assent.
Master of the undead. Kneel before your master.
Take the walls.
I am darkness. Die, mortals. Die.
Hungry for blood. Bring death.
I will say, battering rams are very slow getting to the walls, but at least once they get there, they get in. They knock the walls down, or they smash through the gate like damn near instantly.
Mortis engine.
You convinced me we need an OSHA Legendary Lord in game. I feel like we probably already have one somewhere. I'm just not clever enough at this exact moment in time to think of who it would be.
Yes! Vampire!
Where do you think you're going?
The curse of undeath!
End them!
Beautiful decay.
Bow before me!
Okay, I'm gonna go join that fight over there.
Isabella von Carstein!
Make yourselves useful.
Noble of the night!
Attack! Vlad von Carstein!
Multi-sanction. Life ends. All before us will perish.
Slayer! Make me proud of the province! Vlad von Carstein!
Here comes Vladdy Daddy.
Isabella von Carstein!
There we go.
Might
Well done, lads. Well done. Alright, let's get off some last minute heals here. You. All come over here. You come over here. You come over here. You pop that on them. I do have the Curse of Undead passive, so I can just use crap spells to get off some heals. Thoric Ironbrow? That is really funny. I don't know if I would say that accurately describes him, but I do find that very, very funny. I feel like Thoric Ironbrow would take extreme offense to that for some reason. Let's do great weapons. Yeah, sieges are the perfect time to just spam lots of heals out. Just get everybody back up to full health. As the enemies do take a hot minute to evacuate. I think that's pretty much everyone. And toss like one last heal on the dire wolves. Oh wait, no, I'm out. Okay, whatever. I'll just do this last little juice here. There we go. Malachi? Yeah, Malachi would definitely not be OSHA compliant. They're like, you have how many how many explosives on a flying vessel? Sir? Do I have a favorite demon Primarch? Not particularly. Oh, this isn't his last settlement somehow. Oh no, it was. I couldn't vassalize him for some reason. We got the fucking Doomsinger? Oh my good god, dude. Wow. Alright, so Isabella just got one of the strongest fucking swords ever. Isabella's like, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. I'm all out of gum.
I am Vlad.
Shit just got very, very scary for the enemies of the Empire. Alright, I'm gonna put Isabella on foot. That way she's more like her actual tabletop version. And she'll be walking around next to Vlad. Because I care about stupid things like that. All right, I am tempted to buy more expensive units, but I think the actual important thing to do right now is to invest in our various settlements. He says as he like immediately blows all of his money. Okay. Can I break up with you yet? Yes, I can. Okay. Man, Talabecland is expanding like ridiculously far. Do vampires still have sexual urges? A lot of them do. I'm not that worried about impressing Kemmler, I'm gonna be honest. My lord! We found your jewelry! Get out of here, trickster cult.
King of darkness. I thirst.
The question is, do I want to go do that now? That quest battle is kind of nasty, to be honest. I think we could do it now pretty easily, though. We got some pretty good tools in our kit. I would like some more Graveguard with great weapons. So let's get rid of a skeleton unit. Grab some of those. And that absolutely annihilated my economy. Alright.
Yes.
I think we're gonna focus our attentions on Talabecland. And start messing them up. Oh, they lost Talapine to the ogres? Fuhrbach, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. How could you lose it to the fucking tree hammers? Oh, embarrassing, Talabecland. Hey, Kami, thanks so much for the raid. How you doing? And thank you for the 37 months. How you doing? So good to see you. I popped into your Power stream earlier.
Bayonet charge, Comus love, bayonet charge, Comus love, bayonet charge, Comus love.
They're fixing bayonets!
Comus love, bayonet charge, Comus love, bayonet charge, Comus love, bayonet charge, Comus love.
It's a lot of love and a lot of bayonet charges. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Swifter than death. The von Garstein.
I hunt. My thralls track ahead.
Man, it is like a big old storm outside. Oh, hey, is the funny lizard lore nerd. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Hello there. Those of you writing for Comics Community. Hi, I'm Loremaster of Sotek. I'm considered one of the kind of premier authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Please make sure to, you know, if you're hungry or tired or whatever, please don't feel obligated to stay for the stream. We're just playing some Total War Warhammer. We're working on taking over the Empire's Vlad von Karstein. And our goal is to save as many of the humans as possible by forcefully vassalizing them. So we're gonna save them with violence. We're gonna save them by punching them in the face. Okay, before probably gonna have to fight Festus here. So I think what I'm gonna do is I am gonna go get my ring. Let's go get my ring first and foremost, because getting our ring is gonna be a pretty big deal. Because once we have our ring, we will be borderline invincible. But if you want to stick around, please do. If you have any like kind of questions or thoughts about Warhammer Fantasy in any way, shape, or form, whether it's about the games, the books, the lore, the tabletop, you come to the right place. But we're just kind of having fun.
Do me this deed. Purge the area of insects, so thy master could collect this warpstone unchallenged. Ha! If my memory century serves. Then I sought out such material in Mordheim some centuries ago. Halcyon days, when my minions hunted Weirdstone, and the Empire was in ruins, as it will be again. Fetch me the head of this Strigoi. I would have this nuisance quashed.
Alright, so for anyone that's never done this quest, it is super annoying because as long as the Strigoi is alive, any of his units that die just they come back to life as Graveguard, which means you have to kill everything twice, which is super annoying and time consuming. So our goal is to kill him as quickly as possible by just throwing everything into his face and hoping for the best. But we do have a pretty nasty little army, so I'm not too worried.
The dead are mine. Mortis engine. Crossbowman.
We'll stick back here to protect the crossbows, because they're probably going to get harassed a fair bit. And then our character squad plus the Vargolf should be enough to kill good old Leopold Paulsner here. Stretch out a little, just a bit more. Then we want the corpse cart over here, and we want the mortis engine more like here. And we'll make these guys one big... Oop, not the black coach. There we go. Mess him up!
Thus manservant cheered. X100. What do Valve think of Felix? How would conversation go if the Drek wasn't there?
What was that? What would Vlad think of Felix? I think Vlad would probably find him not all that interesting, to be honest. Like, a lot of what Felix has experienced isn't really that crazy interesting in like the grand scheme of the world, so I don't think he'd be that impressed, unless it was like very, very late stage Felix. Like if it was Felix very, very late in his life, then he might find it of interest. You know, he might be curious about some of his stories, and you know, like the ramifications of the things he got to deal with and the things that he's seen. But Vlad is a much older and much bigger deal than pretty much anything Felix has dealt with. I honestly, probably the thing that Vlad would be the most interested to hear about would honestly be about the time they fought Manfred von Karstein. I think he would be very interested to hear about when they fought, you know, his son, essentially. Now, how he would, like, take that conversation, as far as would he be like, oh, that's very interesting, or, oh, you know, you hurt Manfred, and I still care about Manfred, so fuck you, I'm gonna kill you. I don't think he would kill Felix, but I think that would probably end up being what their conversation revolved around the most. Would be them discussing that incident and, you know, kind of the impact that it had.
Night has fallen.
Ready for war!
Yeah, this guy is going to take a very long time to die. The good news is his summoned units seem to be dying pretty easily, so that's good. motherfucker just like spam healed himself. Ugh. We can just get him isolated. He'll die relatively fast. Okay, that's blown up. That's good. Extra cell's useful. Come on. Let's here. Let's actually get a surround of decent levels. Then we're just gonna save our magic for death spiking his lord. But at least his stupid ass thing is dead. So his healing is gonna be a lot less efficient now. Alright, get in there, you gits. Oh my god, he's already back to full health. Ugh. I think he's at his heal cap, though. Yeah, he is. Alright.
All shall bow before me.
Get him, Vargolf!
I am busy. Victory is
Keep our debuffs active. Another one coming up. Hey, Sotek! Hey, Zachariah, what's up?
Beautiful decay.
Chop him up, boys! Chop him up! If I could get my black coach on him, that would actually be smart, because my black coach does fire damage, so that'll do bonus damage against him since he has regen. Beep beep! Beep beep! Okay, you two, everyone else, go that way. Okay, he's getting army lost. Hooray! Alright, got our ring. Hell yeah. Did Manfred get bullied by a Sterliner? Oh, very likely. It wouldn't surprise me if he did. At some point in his life. What would be your perfect roster for Throg? No restrictions. What do you mean by no restrictions? Like, using what's in the game? Using what exists only in the lore? Using, like, anything? Like, what's your stuff here? Toka Gaming. As a person who got to communicate with the devs, do you think Travis Simply is still happy to work on Warhammer 3? In 2026, we'll be celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Warhammer series. That's a long development for a not live service. I love most of what they did. Sans Warhammer 3 launch and Shadows of SOD? Did you mean SOC? I can imagine they might be running on fumes. So, well, not as much as you would think, actually. Because a lot of the team that works on Total War Warhammer is not the same people that worked on, like, the original game. A significant...
Your content has been incredible at keeping me going through the workday.
Oh,
Keep up
thank
the
you.
good work. Also, can you explain what the political and religious situation in Sylvania compared to the Empire?
Yes, give me just a minute. So to answer how is CA doing as far as like how is CA doing with like, you know, consistently working on Total War Warhammer? I think they're doing great. Like how they're feeling about it is quite positive overall. They ultimately benefit from a lot of the original team that worked on Warhammer 1 isn't around anymore. Hell, a lot of the team that worked on Warhammer 2 isn't around anymore. CA, their devs, they come and go pretty consistently. So because of that, they tend to be much less vulnerable to being like exhausted from working on like the same project. Because often people are moving around and doing different things depending on like what's going on and stuff like that. So it's relatively rare that you have a scenario where like they're getting exhausted. And while Warhammer 3 is definitely kind of, to be very bluntly, their core franchise at the moment, due to the way things kind of went down with like hyenas and some other stuff, while it may be their core franchise, they are still like 100% working on other things. They're like, we know they're still working on Alien Isolation 2. They're working on oh god, my brain, a new historical title that we don't know what it is yet, but they're working on something historical related, though it's not, I don't think it's going to be announced till like 2020, late 2025. And there's a lot of what I'll politely call very credible rumors that they're working on a Total War Warhammer 40,000 game that also probably will not be announced for a good while yet. So like, you know, don't get like too excited about it. It's still a ways away. If you believe that rumor, which I do, I feel pretty fucking confident that is a real thing that is happening. But so depending on what you consider to be so all that to say, I would not at all be worried about them suffering from fatigue in regards to Total War Warhammer. And I think they do a good job of keeping themselves busy and interesting, and people can like move around on teams and stuff like that. It's not something they're really that worried about. Rotating Potato, thank you very much for the 3 months. Can I explain what the political and religious situation is in Sylvania compared to the rest of the Empire? So, Sylvania is a pretty messy place. Sylvania exists in kind of a perpetual, it exists in a perpetually messy situation, mostly due to the issues of that, who exactly owns Sylvania is a bit of a messy thing, because some people want to different people want to control it for different reasons, and of course there are other forces at play that are also trying to manipulate the situation either in their favor or ensure that their enemies don't get good control over the situation. As far as, so the big thing is that Ostermark and Stirland compete over Sylvania a lot. Most of the time, Stirland is vaguely considered to be in charge, but there is quite a bit of pushback, and they're not really able to effectively collect taxes from Sylvania. So, like, they claim to own and control it, but in practicality, there's not actually, they don't actually have that much authority over what's happening within the province. So it's a land that's mostly ruled over by a bunch of very, very old families. The people of Sylvania are typically extremely poor, extremely ill-educated. It used to be one of the Empire's breadbaskets, but after a rain of warpstone meteors from a really long time ago that kicked off a large series of events, the forces of the Empire, or the Sylvania was not as desirable, we'll say. A lot of its greatest strengths were lost back in that era, because so much corruption has happened to the land since. So because of that, there, in a lot of ways, it's a land that not a lot of people are willing to invest in, and even the people that are willing to invest in it, sometimes things happen to them. If they're too much of, say, a threat to certain forces that would rather they not be involved. So it's a messy, interesting place, where there's a lot going on. As far as the religious stuff goes, many of the cults do have temples and try to maintain active forces within Sylvania, but often it's kind of a situation of, if they're too successful, that cult's temple will mysteriously end up being burned down, and the priest will go missing very suddenly without explanation, leaving behind a letter saying that, oh, he just went on vacation, he just never comes back, very mysteriously. Yeah, I'll take peace with the changeling for money. I can always kill him later. But, it's a messy place. It's still very much dominated and controlled by vampires, but they maintain a very quiet power and control over the area. You know, they're not like really loud and obnoxious about like, oh yeah, we control Sylvania, not the Empire, yada yada yada. No, they tend to prefer a much softer form of power, because obviously you don't want to make too much of a fuss, because that would risk making the Empire panic that, oh my god, the vampires are back. You know, please, somebody help us. Ah, god, we're all gonna die, yada yada yada. So because of that, the vampires take a very, I would say soft power is like the big takeaway word. Of they watch from a distance, and whenever someone becomes a little bit too big of a problem, so you know, you're having someone that's like asking too many questions, or their investigations start getting a little too close to things that the vampires would rather people didn't know about, those individuals will often mysteriously disappear very suddenly. And there is a lot of scheming and power plays constantly going on between various forces who all desire to... I mean, Sylvania, if you could maintain control of it, is a very, very important and useful place to have control over. But pulling that off is a completely different can of worms. Like, it is not an easy place to maintain any true form of authority over. So hopefully that makes sense.
Time to die.
No, I think we'll save up.
Bow before me.
Vampire Mafia? Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Which situation is worse, Sylvania or Musion? Oh, Musion is way worse. Musion is way worse than Sylvania. Sylvania at least has like a pretense of normality, and there are like villages of people, and it has the like it's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. The Musion is a literal hellhole. Like, Musion is one of the most horrible places where the average citizen is either a ghoul, or like if you were to take true population measurements of everyone in the area, you'd be mostly dealing with like ghouls and demons. Like it is really bad. Living in Musion is not a place you want to be.
Ready.
They have problems.
Your dominion is
they
over.
have very serious problems. Michael, hello, Sotek. Very much appreciate your knowledge and the great work you do. I'm currently playing Elspeth, and I heard somewhere she's also a vampire. So Elspeth is not a vampire. No. No, she's alive, technically. Elspeth von Draken comes from, so one of the things that's known in her lore, me and Andy did like a big honkin' stream about Elspeth, which I would highly recommend you check out if you're like, I want to know all the dirty deets. But the important thing we know about Elspeth von Draken is that Elspeth is said to come from a long lineage of very, very powerful wizards. And that some of her ancestors were good people, like good noble heroes and saviors, you know, people that fought for the name of the Empire. Some of them were not so much, and were powerful, terrifying necromancers. Now, they never directly say who it is that she's related to, but her family name is von Draken, which granted, it's been several hundred years, but is extremely close and likely very directly related to the Von Drax. And the Von Drax, Otto von Drack, was the last ruler before Vlad took over, because Vlad married Isabella von Drack. So it is extremely likely that I would say very, very, very likely that Elspeth is not related to Vlad, but she is almost like, it would be very silly to suggest otherwise, but it's very, very likely that she is actually related to Isabella. So Isabella von Karstein is extremely likely to be a distant relative of Elspeth von Draken. So there is that family tie there. But the von Drack family is like a really old noble line that have held control in Sylvania for a really, really long time. Do you think it's possible Throg will get a new voice actor? I don't think he needs a new voice actor. I just think they need to re-record his lines. Here's the thing about Throg. I don't mind Throg sounding like a troll. Like, for him to have this really monstrous, gravelly voice, that's, you know, really, really spooky and all that. I'm totally fine with that. The thing that I'm not cool with is his dialogue being idiot speak. That instead of him sounding intelligent, he sounds like a big damn buffoon every time he opens his mouth and talks like, you know, the thing about Throg is that he is supposed to be a terrible, terrifying, monstrous entity, and then when he opens his mouth and he starts talking, because of his choice of language, it's supposed to be that very unsettling realization that he is eloquent, that he's intelligent. The thing that Creative Assembly messed up, and I'll very bluntly say they messed up, like they got it wrong, is that Creative Assembly interpreted Throg as smart, for a troll when he's supposed to just be very smart. Like, even by human standards, he is intelligent. Yes, there is a very, very good mod that has a great Throg voice. I would be fine with them bringing in the same voice actor and just giving him better lines and different direction. To make him more what we all want him to be. There's so many trickster cults. Hey, the changeling is dead. I did it, chat. I saved the Empire from an online troll. All right, that's one chaos threat vanquished. Let's go ahead and get some. Let's get the Liber Necronomica.
King of Darkness.
Slay them!
I like that Kurashima got caught by the automod. That's funny. Calcifer, Bishop of Cheddar, and Jake Wu. Good to see you guys, by the way. Oh, good. He fell for it. You want me to read a lore story about Teclis? I can do that in just a moment. No, I can't. Dang it. Why can I not force vassalize him? Does he have more territory I don't know about? No, that's his last settlement. Why am I not able to vassalize him? Yeah, he might yeah, he might have an army somewhere. Okay, let's just keep bullying him until he gives in. I'm not actively at war with anybody else, so I'm not too worried. We can just keep bullying him. Okay, it's almost time to get another army, but I think I'm gonna go through and really like upgrade all of our defenses first, and then we'll focus on let's get our infrastructure caught up, and then we'll recruit a new legion.
I thirst. I shall drink them dry.
Bitch, why are you failing?
Dare.
Come on, woman. Do your job. We're gonna have to deal with Scrag soon. He is being a tad problematic. The only ogre I'm willing to put up with is Golgfag.
Thou shalt treat me with the respect I deserve.
What do you want, Barrington? Oh, you little bastard. Oh, nice. We researched 8 technologies. Hell yeah.
All shall know me.
Okay, let's get Isabella in that Talisman of Preservation. Looks good on you, honey. Yeah, I'll put the Power Stone on Vlad, actually, for now. Put the Scroll of Blast on you. Oh, Scabscraith is, like, such a fucking good weapon.
Bow before me.
That is, like, such a good weapon.
The world.
Yeah, see, I can't vassalize him. The only thing I can think is maybe he has another... Maybe he has another army running around somewhere?
Yes.
Deliver your missive and then get from my presence.
So I think I can think of.
Devourer of light.
unless it's broken, which is possible. It'd be annoying, but it wouldn't be the first time that something breaks. Swarsoften does not have good defenses. Give him a settlement? I don't want to give him a settlement. I need to go home and deal with... I would rather give a settlement to a different Empire faction. The Talabeclan's kind of cool, though. Like, I don't mind giving him Talapine back, but I'll need him to... Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's give him peace. Let's give him peace for the moment, so I can run back home and deal with the dwarf problem. Yeah, let's go deal with that problem, and if he dies, he dies. I can always try and resurrect him later. Alright. So I need to run home and deal with the stunties. Causing a mess. Need to hire a Banshee. Sorry, something about the roster. Let's imagine you're adding Throg to the game. What would you give him as a roster for his faction? So I'm fine with Throg being in Norska. That's great. Awesome, cool, stupid, fine. I said stupid. Great, cool. The big things that I would do with Throg, I mean, I wouldn't change Throg that much from what he currently is. The big thing that I would want to do is just make sure it has proper direction. So what I mean by that is that Throg should have a mechanic that allows him to get access to the monstrous horde, because that's the whole thing about Throg, is he is a king of monsters, and he leads a monstrous legion. So the big thing that I would probably do with him is that I would really want him to have a mechanic that allows him to acquire trolls and very specific chaos monsters that normally he would not have access to. So kind of think about like how like Drycha and Rakarth get access to animal, like beast units. I would do something very, very similar with Throg and other trolls. So you could either make it identical to the system that we have with you can either make it identical to the system belonging to the those characters, where it's like when Throg fights in certain kinds of terrain, you know, oh, Throg won a battle in like a jungle or wetland or whatever, swamps or whatever, then he gets access to some swamp trolls. He wins a battle in like mountains or wasteland, he gets some stone trolls. I said swamp trolls, river trolls. You know, he wins a big battle in like just regular normal terrain, like the plains or whatever. Oh, he gets some basic bitch trolls. He wins like a big battle up in like the chaos waste. He gets access to, or he has a chance to get access to armored chaos trolls. So I would have him get access to all troll units. And then I would have some kind of system in place where he's able to benefit from more monstrous units. So like he's able to get dragon ogres maybe, or he's able to acquire things like a jabber slice, or like slaughter brutes or whatever. So I would do a lot more playing around with that. I don't think I would actually like change his roster, other than like I think Norska should get at least 2 DLCs, because I could in my brain very easily add 2 DLCs worth of stuff to them. I have a proposal for what new content I want to see for Norska. For if they potentially get a slot in the Slaanesh DLC, but that video will be coming out pretty soon. But I think for Throg's faction, him having access or being able to get exclusive access to like lots of different monsters from across a lot of different factions would make him feel, in my opinion, that would make him feel suitably unique compared to the other Norscan factions. I want to make sure our zombies eat the blasting charges.
Tech 27 SS Cheer. X100. Is there a chance for Lady Darwi to appear in the last DLC for the Darwi?
Yes. That is actually pretty high on my request list. Would be getting Lady Dwarfs with a new generic hero, and the generic hero we would get would be the Rune Priestess, the Rune Priestess. So you could have a Rune Priestess, you could specialize it of like, oh, it's a Rune Priestess of Alea, but you know, all you really need to be aware of it's a Rune Priestess, and she's a generic hero that it adds some like really nice mechanics, has healing, and other kinds of like longer range buffs, as opposed to the more like short range buffs that we see with the Rune Smiths. But they would give dwarves like more easy access to things like healing, which I think would be nice. Oh, nice. That was a good catch. I'll take it. Even if that's the only dwarf unit I managed to kill, I'll still take it. Yeah, that's almost certainly going to be the only unit we get, but, you know, take your W's where you can. Monster Hunt should give you an ROR and item period. They already do. I mean, some of them do that, not all of them. Like, if you want to like standardize that across all of them, I think that'd be fine. Like, I don't think it should necessarily give you the monster in question, but I think getting a specialist unit out of all of them is fine. Lord of the Monster Horde, half your faction are humies. Well, to be fair, a lot of the characters in Total War Warhammer have notably expanded factions than you would actually see in the lore. You know, you got fucking, you got shit like Drycha running around with lots of wood elves in her army. Just like if you play Throg in tabletop, he would be running around in a big army of warriors of chaos. You know, don't mistake lore for like, oh, this is like the only way we should implement these characters. That's not how that works. Wow, those are amazing traits if I had them in armies, but I don't want them in my armies. See, I think I want Vlad to go pure Oh my god, a terror-causing white that lowers leadership by 4. That is so good. Strong is also pretty good on whites. I could get another vampire in my army, but I don't really want aggressive. Well, yeah, I don't like these traits on banshees. I don't really like to put banshees in armies right now. I prefer them for other things. This is gonna be more for like an armies we have upcoming. Because I think I'm fine with Vlad's army just having him, Isabella, and 1 vampire. I think we might add. We'll probably add 1 more vampire hero. Yeah, we'll probably add 1 more vampire, but let's go ahead and get this Master of the Black Arts Necromancer, because that's like an amazing trait. I do want all the necromancers I can get, because necromancers are great for spamming steel tech, which makes me happy because it makes my research faster.
My sire, I shall drink them dry.
Vlad,
Okay. I'll have to do for the moment. Where would the last legendary lord for the dwarf start? Probably the Mountains of Morn, which don't actually have all that many characters. Right now there's only like 2. So I'd probably put him somewhere in the Mountains of Morn. And hopefully it'll be Joseph Boogman, who we should be doing a Lorebeards episode on tomorrow. I haven't heard from Andy in a couple days, so I don't want to assume, because unfortunately Andy's health is always kind of in flux, which is very sad, but just kind of an unfortunate fact. So hopefully he'll be feeling well enough to do Lorebeards tomorrow.
I am invincible.
Don't appreciate you attacking my shit,
Shall we just
dwarfs.
You dare! I will not betray you. What?
Expand Sylvania's borders.
Could you stop sucking? It would make me so happy.
Lord of the dead?
I will not parley with the dead.
Sure you won't.
Warhammer.
Zuppar's like, can we get peace? Slay the stunted. Oh, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Alright, our defenses are looking better though, so that's nice. Was there anything you could add to a Bretonia DLC? What would it be? I am a firm believer that Bretonia deserves 1 DLC. Just 1. Just 1 full fat DLC of paid content to take Bretonia to the highest level that they can be. They are on my list. Oh, dang it. I wanted to kill Ungrim for trait, but whatever. But the list that I have is so I have for Legendary Lord
Very well.
Bertrand the Brigand, who is, you can kind of think of him as Robin Hood.
Time to die.
So he's Warhammer Robin Hood. So I have him listed as the Legendary Lord because he would be very unique for Bretonia, being an archer focused character that has a very unique perspective on the concept of like chivalry and what he's trying to accomplish. You know, he would be far more about he would have a very different system than we are currently used to with Bretonia, as far as like what are their chivalric actions and what are the things that they focus on. Because like he would be a peasant character that also has a focus on being more reliant on like ambushing and things that most Bretonians would look down on as being like, oh no, that's we can't do that, that's dishonorable. And he'd be like, yeah, well, you know, whatever the fucking, you know, like whatever fucking wins the fight, dude. Ooh, cunning? Hell yeah.
Undeath Ascendant.
I love when my vampire got that cunning poison tongue. So I've got Bertrand the Brigand for Legendary Lord, and then very controversially, but I've talked about this on streams priorly, I have Bahamon the Beast Slayer for the Legendary Hero, who is a super fucking badass Grail Knight that's a direct descendant of Gilles Le Breton. And he has like a big old fucking mace, and he's a big famous monster killer. He's also the Duke of Baston, but I've talked about how we can handle that in other streams. For the generic Lord, I have either the Hermit Knight or the Faceless. So the Faceless would be if you wanted it to be a ranged character, like a ranged peasant character that has a bow. And he's more focused on being like kind of more of like an assassin type focused lord to deal damage from range and mess with enemies and use stealth, then go with the Faceless. If you want to have like an infantry focused peasant buffing knight lord who doesn't really like, he can ride on horses and stuff, but he's mainly designed to be on foot and be like, you know, a big more centric to peasant styles of fighting, then you would go with the Hermit Knight. For the generic hero, I have the Sergeant at Arms. If you were going to use the old world terminology for him, if you were going to use the pre-old world terminology, so like Warhammer Fantasy before it blew up terminology, Warhammer Fantasy 8th edition terminology, he would be called a craftsman. And I would have that be a peasant hero who's very heavily focused on buffing all of your different peasant units. So he offers like major buffs to various peasants and infantry units, and he also has range focus buffs, so he has the ability to make like, he has the entrenchment ability, so you can buff your ranged units and give them physical resistance. He has the ability to like replenish ammo on your field trebuchets, and he heavily buffs field trebuchets and has some like unique interactions with like sieges. And he can either be on foot or ride a horse, and but he would be all about like making your peasants as good as they could possibly be. And then and would have more of like a ranged support role. And then for the units, I have Naiads, which are river and lake spirits. So think like dryads, but Naiads. So they're water spirits instead of man, my brain just short-circuited again. Instead of forest spirits, which would have like the aquatic trait. And they would be like kind of similar to dryads in a lot of ways. You could make them armor piercing, but you also could make them just high weapon strength. They'd have good physical resistance, no armor. Probably would give them a rule like if they're fighting in water, they heal, kind of like the Boglars do. So they like replenish over time so long as they're fighting in water features. But they're spirits that serve the Lady of the Lake. Like her representatives are Naiads. And they are often who she sends out to summon people to speak with her in various stories. But there's like a couple of different ways you could kind of interpret and implement them. Then I would do, I've also got the Lost Sons of Bretonnia. So the Lost Sons of Bretonnia are a hyper elite ground unit of
We are immortal.
a hyper elite ground unit of knights that are all of the men or boys that were born in Bretonnia that expressed the gift of magic. But the lady obviously sent her representatives to take them away so that she could develop their gifts instead of, you know, having them develop their gifts independently like they do in the Empire. So they would be a group of cavalry that, according to the lore story about them, which is super duper good, they ride on kelpies. So they ride on like water horses. So like horses that are part horse, part aquatic creature. So they're kelpie riding knights that wear like this super badass looking silverine armor, and they wield like tridents and crescent moon lances and polearms and stuff. They ride kelpies, aquatic trait, magical damage, would have some like passive or active bounce spell type abilities, always have the blessing of the lady, and are basically like insanely good at murdering the shit out of like other interesting creatures. Then you've got the Hemeralts or Heramalts. I always like to say Hemeralts like hemorrhoid because I'm stupid. But the Heramalts would be your elite tier archer unit. So they're kind of like Empire Huntsmen.
X300. Given the knight's disdain for arrows and bow in a large battlefield, would they be ashamed/dishonored if they only won their duel or was saved because their opponent was struck with an arrow in the middle of fight, like Haukon versus Augie from Kingdom?
I think it would depend on the knight in question. I think older knights, if a knight's duel was interrupted, honestly, I don't even think it'd have to be like a shooting attack. If just their duel was interrupted by someone, I think they would have a hard time not taking offense to that. Oh, Scrag got confederated by Golgfag? That's problematic. I was not anticipating the rise of the great and terrible mercenary lord in this campaign, but I guess that's something we will have to deal with now. Neat. just great. I've got like a legendary tier mob boss on my front doorstep.
Yes, my son.
Hooray.
Yes.
Okay, I think we're gonna primarily focus on sacking the mountains and then taking it, because I want to sack as much of it as I can so that I can then utilize the goodies for my
This night,
infrastructure.
it will be done. I thirst.
I'm not going to worry about Sterling because I'm probably about to lose a lot of that territory. Oh, dang it. I think Telebecklin got offed. Great. Nice.
It is night.
Oh, wait, you're the one I'm going to put inside of an army, so never mind. You can work on your other skills.
I will not betray you.
Critical failure! Fucking loser! You loser! A Cunning White King is really good, and a Dread Incarnate White King is really good. I think I'd rather have Cunning. Because poisoned attacks are just so good.
Expand Sylvania's
Like, they're
border.
so good. You can have the Ogre Blade. Talisman of Protection's fine. Yeah, cool. Because we're going to be hiring a new lord here pretty soon. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Start getting us some more necromancers, hopefully. Oh, and the last two units I would also recommend for Bretonia are Knights of the Realm on foot. Alternatively, if they wanted to give them a slightly more interesting name, they could just be called Knights of Empathy, because the vow that some knights will take, that the vow that they take to fight on foot and focus on standing alongside the peasants is the vow of empathy. So I would be fine with them just being called Knights of Empathy, but they would be your knights on foot that give the Bretonian players like an actually good infantry unit. If they're based on the tabletop version, they would be able to have halberds or polearms, which would be nice, because the tabletop knights of the Realm on foot, if memory serves, have polearms. I think they can take like polearms or sword and board, I think. Alright, I'm going to take over this mountain range, and I may just sell it to Azhag, to be totally honest.
Slay them.
Nice, there we go.
Yes, yes, my sire.
She's getting good at this. Hell yeah. You go, girl! Alright, I would like to go ahead and pick up Dread Animator so I can get my Graveguard to be significantly less expensive to maintain. Which would make me very happy, because my army is costing a significant chunk of change right now. Yeah, I think we'll definitely end up selling the mountains to Azhag, because I think I would rather have him on my good side than have to deal or worry about him being like, oh, you look like a tasty snack there, lad. Oh, the last unit for Bretonia, because I keep getting distracted. The last one, I've heard a lot of people wanting a questing beast, or a questing beast like knight unit, which I understand the desire for, and there is some really like exotic, we'll call it, artwork from an earlier edition that showcases Bretonian knights riding on some like really weird looking creatures that I think could theoretically be interpreted as questing beasts. Which, for those that don't know, the questing beast is it's a creature from Arthurian mythology that, depending on well, if I get Dread Incarnate, she at least causes leadership penalties in the province she's in, which is not terrible. It's still not great, but it's good enough for what I'm going to use her for. So you could do questing beast, something like questing beast. That's not what I would personally go with, because the role of what we know as a questing beast is kind of fulfilled by a Jabberslythe within one of the stories of Bretonia. Like, there's something that's vaguely equivalent to the legend of the questing beast from Arthurian mythology, and it's kind of already covered, and it's basically, it just ends up kind of being a Jabberslythe. But what I would do is I would do the Merlion. The Merlion is a creature that is one of the lady's sacred guardians. And it's kind of what it sounds like on the 10. It's a giant lion fish hybrid creature that is super terrifying. It's like a big beastie, which would be kind of fun. It's cool. It's great. And it shows up in a short story about Lewin Leoncoeur, and Lewin barely manages to kill one. And that's actually how Lewin gets his name of Leoncoeur. Like his epithet of the Lion-Hearted the lady herself gives it to him because he manages to kill one of her merlions while being underwater. Like, he fights it underwater in a lake. So, like, it had all of the advantages, and he still managed to kill it because he's just a badass like that. And that was before he was a Grail Knight, too. Lowman, what do you predict, and what do you hope that CA will include for an end time DLC? I don't want an end time DLC, because I don't understand what that would be. To me, that makes no sense. That literally does not make any sense. I don't want it. I don't think it'd be interesting. There's nothing that I could see worth putting in a end time DLC. Anything that ends up being pulled from the end times that anyone would want to use should very simply just be packaged along with its appropriate faction. So, like, if you want a Nagash DLC, then you want an Undead Legions DLC. If you want a DLC, if you want a Glotkin DLC, then you want a Nurgle DLC. And that's kind of it. There's really, like, nothing else in the end times. The end times did not add as many units as people think. Like, it added less than, like, 10 units to the setting. It was not a great thing. It was not some, like, awesome kick-ass celebratory moment for Warhammer, which is what it should have been. It was just a sad, boring collection of mostly characters that didn't exist until the end times and basically just spawned out of absolute nothingness to sell minis for the Age of Sigmar. So there's nothing that I can think of that would be worth putting in my opinion. Like, I would like to get an Undead Legions DLC, and I would like to get an Undead Legions DLC, and I would like to get a Nurgle DLC. Sure. Now, granted, I don't need the Glotkin right now, because obviously we just got a big Nurgle DLC. So, you know, I can definitely wait on that one. Oh boy. I'm just trying to kind of, like, defend as much best as I can up there. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh god, I stopped paying attention for too long. At least his great cannons are dying. The goal isn't to win, it's to just do as much damage as possible. Oh, that's Daddy needs you. Yeah, that's actually not incorrect. The closest thing we would ever get to a true end times DLC was the Grim in the Grave, which was one of the first DLCs we ever got. Or the first DLC we ever got, maybe? Was Beastman first or Grim in the Grave first? I forget. Oh my god, Elspeth is gonna wreck the shit out of all my stuff. Just trying to kill the cannon crew. It's one guy, get him! Yeah, good job, Felbats. Felbats MVP. Okay. I like how there are some people in chat very affirmatively saying, no, Grim in the Grave was first. And then there are other people in chat being like, no, no, no. Very obviously, Mr. Sotek, it was, it was, Beastman. Obviously. I like how confidently y'all disagree with each other. Okay, we're gonna kill actually a pretty decent amount of Empire people. Oh, is he shooting my tower? You lame loser. You boring ass lame jerk. I wonder if I could like change what type of tower it is if it gets too low. Granted, he's pretty inaccurate and he doesn't have that much ammo left. He's got like 8 volleys left. My towers are getting stuff done, so it's whatever. I mean, I'll hold out as long as I can. If Elspeth wasn't on a dragon, I would be like, maybe there's something we can do here. Oh no, yeah, no, they're definitely gonna blow that up. Let's go ahead and start transforming it to mess them up. Beastman came out in July. Grim in the Grave came out in September. Okay, so Beastman was first. Okay. I can sit up here all day, nerds. There's so much firepower. Granted, a lot of it's being wasted, but still. Oh, nice, it's full health. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ooh, that was actually a really good shot. I'd like to get a tier 3 tower over here. Alright, you go join that chase. You kill them. I think it's firing mortar shots, it looks like. Elspeth, stop roasting my guys. It's mean. They're just doing their job. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not coming down off these walls. No, thank you. Is there a specific reason I keep my phone loud during streams? So if somebody needs me, I hear a notification, especially because my mother is, both of my parents are still recovering from surgery. So more than likely they won't need anything from me, but if they're suddenly like, hey son, come help us with this thing, then I can immediately know about it. It doesn't go off that often. Transform! Yeah, you're not destroying my tower that easy. I'm gonna make it work for it. Someone trying to break in? Halberdiers. I just noticed it every so often in Lorebeard. It's because it's the same as yours. Oh yeah, that does happen to me when I'm listening to other people's streams. I'll hear notifications and be like, "What?" And it's never about me. Sanch. Open the gates!
Brace yourselves!
Make them work for it. That's our motto. Oh, army losses is coming. It hurts. Still, we did some pretty good damage. That'll slow them down. We killed... Oh, wow, look at that. We killed a unit of Pistoliers, unit of Handgunners, Knoll Ironsides, Chevron 9 unit of Knoll Ironsides, no less. Swordsmen, Outriders, and a Great Cannon. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, hell yeah, I'll take that, dude. Wiping out the Knoll Ironsides, that's a nice pick right there. And the handgunners. So she doesn't have any more good gun infantry. Good. Good.
All shall know me and tremble.
Hello, Oakenhammer. And goodbye, Oakenhammer.
Vlad von Karstein.
Nice. Okay, we got Uncanny Presence, finally. Let's pick up some more replenished troop points.
King of darkness.
Move there.
For the living.
Actually, okay, yeah, let's get Schwarzhoff into tier 3 so it can actually, like, defend itself sooner rather than later.
Yours is power I follow.
Mm.
I will not betray you.
I wish I could hire Goldpeck. That would make me so happy.
You fool. It is night.
Don't think so.
Nice! Assassinate the character. Hell yeah. Way to go, babe. Actually, no, let's say assassinate. So we can get extra winds of magic, which is very, very good. Diplomacy with Empire and all that stuff. Ooh, that may be better for what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Let's grab that so that I can hopefully start working on, like, taking over some Empire factions.
I
just sit there and look pretty is my will for you. Gonna play Helldivers for a bit. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. See, this will be an open field battle. Yeah, we'll go ahead and play this one as well, because we should be able to take out the Hellblaster volley gun. No, the Hellstorm rocket battery. There we go. Too many hells. Hey Sotek, here's an interesting lore bit from 40k. Imperium almost got stomped by a Xenos race of psychic brain-eating fox people named the Rangda. See, like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. That is a cool tidbit. I will concede to you that is a cool tidbit. However, what frustrates me about your cool tidbit is that should be a playable faction, right? Like, or that should be a faction that has, like, minis, or, like, lots of interesting, like, little, like, notes and stuff about it. One of my biggest beefs with 40k is that it likes to pretend like it's this grand sci-fi setting that has, like, a bunch of different races that are all, like, interesting and involved in the narrative and stuff, but that is just not what it is. That is ethos. It pretends to be that in, like, its fun little side notes, but none of those things are actually, like, in the setting in an interesting way, and it makes me sad. Alright, our one and only mission is to kill the Hellstorm rocket battery. But we want to wait until Elspeth is engaged. Alright, go, 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 go! Actually, if I could catch these pistoliers, that'd be cool. Alright, they got that. Direwolves are so fucking good, dude. They just chew stuff up and spit it back out. Defend the direwolves! Hold the line! See if I can intercept these pistoliers. Hell yeah, I can. Nom 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 nom. Direwolves are eating good. Come on, get him, get him, get him. Yeah. Dude, in true undead fashion, we're gonna beat Elspeth by just wearing her down. Look at those direwolves. Already got 65 kills. What's my opinion upon the Talon 40k? I don't know if I would say I have a big opinion on them. I feel like they could and should have a very, very interesting story. But Games Workshop is very stubborn about pulling the trigger on what their story would probably really be about. Which would be, like, an up-and-coming race that are that have, like, a very different... If I now granted, take this with a huge amount of salt, right? Take this with a lot of salt, because I don't know 40k that well. Like, I know a decent amount, but I don't consider myself a lore master on it. So take what I'm about to say with a hefty amount of salt. But I feel like if Games Workshop was an actually interesting company and not what it currently is, which is not that, what I think the Tau could be, that would be very interesting, would be exploring the idea of an up-and-coming race that has a very different perspective on how things should be done in the galaxy, of that, you know, actually building alliances and taking in and vassalizing other Xenos species, other alien species, so that you have this really cool faction that at its core is the Tau, but then all of, you know, it has all these, you know, it's got like the bugs and the Kroot, but it's got like all these different other kinds of aliens that have been incorporated into it. And using the Tau, what I would do is I would use the Tau to show that the Imperium is wrong. That the Imperium is hell-bent on this idea that the only reasonable opinion to have in the galaxy is that when you meet a Xenos species, you need to kill them. Because all Xenos are bad. All Xenos are evil. And the only way to survive is to kill all of them. Without fail, without mercy, without any of that. And what I think would be very interesting... Oh, we got the Helm of Draska! Damn, we're doing, like, really well on finding, like, super powerful artifacts. Gimme that shit. Right on my head. But what I would want to do with the Tau is do, like, an in-universe exploration of, is the Imperium right? Which I would probably showcase that they aren't. But that the Imperium, rather than just being flat out wrong, that the thing with the Imperium is that the Imperium chose the really easy solution, even though it's not correct, so to speak. Like having the Tau be an entire faction that's made up of all of these different species, that because of the Imperium, they are forced to set aside their differences and work together for a greater good. That greater good being survival and fighting back against, you know, the tyranny and the horror that is the Imperium of man.
Mornington Crescent cheered. X100.
The
Tau are basically there as proof that history is cyclic. They're speedrunning what the Imperium did, and no one is caring enough to tell them.
Yes, I agree that I kind of think that's what Games Workshop is sort of doing with them now. I don't find that as interesting of a story. Because it basically just means like, oh, it's the Imperium, but they're blue. Which like, eh. What if we took the same faction and we just blued them? What if they just blued all over us? I don't find that compelling.
I will not betray you. Follow me.
Like I think that I think the biggest issue I have with 40k is that the setting, besides like the super obvious that 40k isn't actually a setting, it's Space Marine playground, and that's all there is. Like it's 90% about Space Marines, 5% about the other factions of the Imperium, and then 5% about everybody else. Like the rest of them just don't matter, other than as things to be killed by Space Marines. Like Chaos is 40k. Chaos does not seem to be very interesting at all. Most of the Xenos are not very interesting at all. It's just about Space Marines. That's all that matters. And what would be nice, in this man's opinion, would be if instead the setting had a much more broad focus on showing a bunch of like completely different and in many ways unrelated groups, kind of like in Warhammer Fantasy. Like in Warhammer Fantasy, the thing that I really like about it is you have all these different cultures and all these different factions that
Yes, my sire.
have interactions and things like that, but
Yours
like
is power
the
of
idea that you would look at the Tau and say, what are we gonna do for like our big civilized Xenos race that isn't some ancient primordial empire of space elves or space undead? And for the answer to be somebody comes out and is like, what if they were just the Imperium before the Imperium became the Imperium? And it's like, that is a really bad answer, in my opinion. That is not a very compelling or interesting answer, unless you are an Imperium fanboy and you want to talk about how the Tau are really stupid because they're a bunch of little babbies that don't understand how horrible everything is yet. So anything that's interesting or good about them is just because they're ignorant and not because there's anything actually unique or different about them. Which I think is a bad answer. Like, I don't think that's compelling. Like, I think the Tau should be a very unique contrast to the Imperium and show that there are other ways to survive in the galaxy despite the horrors. And be able to just, like, throw that in the Imperium's face, because that would be interesting. I think that would actually be interesting. Then you could play around with the idea of, well, is it because they're just too small and they're not up against the kinds of threats that will cause them to be ripped apart? Or will their unique perspective be able to survive, you know, the dangers and nasty blah, 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 of the setting? And I would be like, oh, I want to see how this ends. Like, that actually sounds like an interesting narrative, and I think I will pay attention to it. I don't think Gangbusters is ever going to do that,
I
though.
shall drink them dry.
Because that would mean they'd have to create a faction that theoretically would, in a lot of circumstances, have a moral high ground against the Imperium, and GW's like, well, we can't have that. Because the Imperium are the good guys. Or the closest thing to it. Can't have anybody outshine the cash cow. Oh yeah, Imperium are bad guys, but only in the sense that, but everyone's the bad guy is the thing about 40K. Like, there is no like, oh, these are the good guys. Everyone's bad.
Death and destruction.
You know, like in Warhammer Fantasy, there are good guys, depending on like how you kind of look at things. But there are a lot of factions that most people would probably interpret as good. Like, they're very, very flawed. They make mistakes. They do shitty things. But overall, they have, like, good intentions, and they're quote-unquote good guys. Whereas a lot of 40K seems to pride itself on, well, there's no good guys. Everybody sucks. And no one is even trying to be good, and it's so grimdark. Ah, it's so grimdark. And it's like, is it though? Or is everyone just kind of stupid? Because I feel like everyone's just kind of stupid. Like, if I wanted to do like hardcore grimdark, I would turn to a setting like Trench Crusade, Trench Crusade, I think, is doing a much better job of, like, actual Grimdark. Of the sense that everything is completely and utterly fucked. And there is literally no... Like, everything is just awful. Awful. Beyond awful. And it's never going to get any better. Like, there's genuinely no hope. Everything is on fire.
The world.
Like, I think that's what 40k wants to be. Well, no, I would phrase that. I think that's how some writers, especially like I think the original 40k was very much like that. OG like 80s and 90s 40k was, this is like the shittiest place in the universe. And it's awful and garbage, and it's never gonna get better, and everything is just shit. But I think as 40k has become more and more successful, and it's made more and more money, I just don't think Games Workshop has the chops for that anymore. I really think that Games Workshop, they can't help themselves but turn the setting into... It's, you know, it's not like Noble Bright or anything like that, but it's not Grimdark. Like, there is hope in the 40k universe. You know, the Primarchs are returning. There are the Space Marines have gone from being like these super horrific, disgusting, nightmarish enforcers of a horrible fascist regime to, well, they're still technically those things if you like look in the background, but if you're not willing to dig deep and you just look at the surface level of everything that's being presented to you at face value, they're like, oh no, these guys are like super badass, heroic emblems of brotherhood and masculinity. It's like, those are two very different very different settings. But that's just my opinion. Like, I'm not trying to, I got off on a brain thing because somebody said something. I don't remember what somebody said, but I don't really care. let me make that very clear. I don't actually give a shit. So like, if you're like, well, I think Sotek's just like the dumbest fucking guy in the universe, that's fine. I don't care. 40k is not my fight. I can't be bothered. Microplastics everywhere? Oh, dude. Good old delicious microplastic. So it gives us that good think. I don't have any stealth units, which is unfortunate. I can at least use my flyers to try and get the dwarves to spread out a bit in like response to us.
Noble of the night.
We can also send our faster units like over here to try and distract the dwarfs a bit. I thought I got rid of this corpse card. I guess I did.
Still my beating heart.
By Ulrich's wrath.
Who? Let's see. All right.
Vlad von Karstein.
Oh, I can already tell this is gonna be ugly. Sylvanian crossbowmen are just getting like deleted off the face of the earth. Okay, y'all come over this way. Flyers take the long way around and come to me. Okay, our tower should all make it safely. Send in the corpse cart.
The Von Carstein's marks.
Take us in!
Blood frenzy.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I will definitely take microplastics over lead poisoning any day. But it's like, man, it'd be nice if like we didn't have to have our bodies full of nasty shit. I don't know, it'd be cool.
Hungry for blood. No one.
For blood!
Victory is mine.
End them! Quickly! Excellent!
Oh, good, you're here. Go shut down all these ranged units.
Must end!
Vlad von Carstein. Death and destruction.
Bring death! The living will join us. We are the new order.
Blood Knights. With haste.
Vampire!
Good timing, lads. Oh, 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 wait your turn. Wait your turn.
Vampire! For Isabella! Death to the living!
There you go. Where even? Oh god, that's such a long walk up there. All right, hop to it.
Your time has come! To war!
Good job. Shut down those thunderers. Fast things. Go. Oh, y'all didn't like that. Go, 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 go.
Vampire! Blood magic! It is done!
Kill them all. No miners. I'm not worried about that.
Vampire!
Missiles at the ready! Shoot them!
Okay, finally cleared off the walls. Good.
Queen of darkness!
Blood Knights.
You, come this way. You shut those down. You attack them. Okay, I guess we're going this way. Oh, he's got that blocked off. Wow, that's annoying. Alright. I want control of that position! Hurry up! Sean Schultz, thank you so much for the super chat. What factions are complete and don't need units? Korn.
Blood Knights! Swiftly!
Corpse cat.
Vlad von Karstein! Master of the Undead!
So be it.
I think just Korn.
Corpse cat.
I think everything else I could make a reasonable.
Bow before me!
Like I feel like Korn is 100% done. Like there is nothing else. There's no more characters. There's no more like anything. Like done 100% done. Which is not something I would say about many other factions. I'm gonna not say that about any other factions.
Crush the breathers. Your desire.
Oh, that's gonna be painful. No, thank you.
At once. Bleed them.
What do you want?
I want you to smash this wall down so I can get through this part. Take that damn point so I can go through here.
Corpse cat.
Sick of all these goddamn walls.
I'm in your thrall. Swiftly.
Yeah, no, I think literally every other faction I can think of something that could be added.
Vlad von Karstein!
Oh baby.
For Isabella.
The approach is open. Oh, don't kill my Black Knights.
Isabella. Love eternal. Fine.
With haste! It is done!
It is time. Beautiful decay. They'll die and rise.
Okay, good. I think it's just the Slayers I have left to deal with. Which Karen Race will make butter out of them.
Busy!
I
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn!
Hey Sotek, 1 year at the end of the year, yay me.
Hey, thank you so much for the Epsilon. Thank you so much for the 12 months. Thank you for the year of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's very sweet of you. All right, Zufbar has fallen. Ugh. Here. big girl. What are you doing? Sadie girl. What about the Demon Chariot of Khorne? No. No, Khorne does not need the Demon Chariot. The Demon Chariot of Khorne was very effectively replaced with both the Blood Throne and the Gorby's Chariot. I do not think Khorne needs that as a unit. Oh, money! I love money. Let's see. I'm trying to just secure all my borders. Alright, well, okay, you finish your blue tree. Let's get your combat tree up and running. Actually, no. I think for you, I'm gonna start going more magic heavy in a bit. Or
The world will drown in blood.
okay, looking good. Things are coming along.
Who wishes the red kiss? Slay them!
Nice. You're doing an awesome job just assassinating heroes like crazy. Let's see. How much of the Empire is owned by freaking Goldcrack Maneater?
More mausoleums to defile.
Alright, once Zafar is taken, I can finally turn my attention back north. How many factions only need characters? Now, there's a good question. Wood Elves, I would say, are done, other than missing characters. I think... you could... no, I wouldn't say that, actually. So I would say Wood Elves are only missing characters.
I am Vlad.
Is that it?
I thirst.
Dark Elves? Yeah, I could see Dark Elves argued for on that. There are some units that I would not mind to see added to the Dark Elves. Like the Dark Elves are a pretty popular request for the for getting one of the like DLC slots for the Slanesh DLC. I don't think they need it as much as several other factions need it far more desperately. But I can certainly see the argument. Like there are things you could add to the Dark Elves without trying very hard. That would be interesting in my opinion.
Unstoppable.
You know, like they could get a Merworm variant. They could get the they could get like the spirits of Arethiel, whose names I can't remember for some reason because my brain is short-circuiting a lot today. They could get... oh, we found the Nemesis crown. I should probably go get that. They could get like the Avatar of Cain, but like the Warhammer Fantasy version, so like the statue, not the 40k like fiery, you know, big thing with like all the fire and lava and shit everywhere, but the Warhammer Fantasy version, so it's the statues on the backs of the cauldrons of blood, but like animated. I think any of those would be cool. Save my money. Oh no, I've already fully corrupted the magic of this place. Okay. I do not care about Flinsburg. I just don't. Maybe you can hire the manager to give you settlements. That would be really cool, but you can't hire him, to as far as I can tell. I don't believe there's a way to hire him, which is really sad. That would be a really cool mechanic if you could hire him. Hi, I'm interested in learning more about the Ghoul King and the Strigoi vampires. Which books would you recommend? Ooh, boy. I would recommend the Ulrika trilogy, but I would also say I would not recommend the Ulrika trilogy if you haven't read Gotrek and Felix yet. So, like, you need to read Gotrek and Felix first, then you can read the Ulrika trilogy, but the Ulrika trilogy has some really, really, really cool notes, about the Ghoul Kings that I think you would find very interesting. I would also recommend... I think it's the Undeath Ascendant trilogy, which is called it's Undeath Ascendant, a Vampire Counts Omnibus. If I recall correctly, one of the books in there is about the Strigoi and like the resurrection, or though granted whether or not that story is canon is a whole can of worms, but like it has a big focus on like what's the situation with like Ushorin. Is he dead? Is he not? If he were to come back, what would be the implications? All that kind of stuff. So that one's a good read.
I thirst.
I would also recommend I would also recommend the Masters of Death series, which was supposed to be a trilogy, but only 2 books were published. So it's Neferata and Master of Death. That has some interesting stuff about them. Those are probably the big ones.
The world will drown in blood. I shall enslave the world.
You dare? I assent. Shall be done.
Don't come to my realm shouting the odds, bloodsucker.
How about you take Zufbar, and let's do non-aggression as well. You give me a lot of money. Alright, and then I'll wait a little bit before I give you another piece. Good, good, good. This'll finance my expansion plans quite nice. Actually, I kind of want to wait on that because I really want to get a tier 4 Dreckenhof.
Cower before me.
I don't need the corpse guard anymore. Give me the Devils of Schwarzhofen. There we go.
Undeath Ascendant.
A wise action.
Yotam 9 Shield, X100. The fact that CA made some King and Warlord units base game gives me hope for Sigvald and Azazel getting reworked.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision. That also gives me some interesting hope. Azazel and Sigvald would be kind of interesting, because I think, yeah, those would be interesting, because I think a lot of people would like for Sigvald to kind of take Azazel's place as like the Slanesh focused Warrior of Chaos character, like full on Slanesh focused Warriors of Chaos character, and then have Azazel join the join the like full on Slanesh roster as like a Demon Prince character. That seems to be kind of what a lot of people are hoping for. I don't know if CA is willing to go that far, It'd be nice to see them go that far, but it's going to be interesting to see what they decide. Nice bonus to research. Awesome. Good lord, the Empire is in absolute fucking shambles, dude. Man, I turn away for just a couple minutes to deal with a little, like, dwarf infestation problem. And the Empire's just totally gone to shit. Totally gone to shit. Oh, I could get another unit. Oh, I could get a Terrorgeist. Man, I can get anything, really. What do I want, though? What is Isabella synergize best with? She synergizes with wolves. Oh, yeah. I mean, she does have the Terrorgeist buff. And she makes her wolves, like, really fucking good. So I'm thinking we might go... I think we might drop the Vargol for... I guess if we do kind of a mix of wolves, cavalry, and then once I can get more ranged units, we might drop the spirits to get more ranged units in. But I think for right now, let's drop the Vargolf. Well, I don't think I need 2 units of dire wolves. I think let's drop the basic dire wolf and let's get the dire pack. And that should be good for right now. Marked Chaos Giants win. I mean, technically we have 1, but he's a Regiment of Renown, which is not what people would prefer. But I don't know if CA is gonna be willing to budge on that. Yep, I'll do that for military access. Build our relationship with the holder of the crown, because I can manipulate him into doing what I desire. Okay, I'm pretty close to kneeling here. Hey, Calcifer, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. And thanks to Valorant for also gifting more subs. Nola Guy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for answering my question. Hey, no problem. Appreciate that. Did they say they're looking at Azazel and Sigvald? No. CA has not commented on that. That's just something that a lot of people in the community want. Because, to be fair, the situation is kind of awkward. Where it's like, Sigvald is literally the Warrior of Chaos character for, for Slaanesh, but because he was included in the original Warriors of Chaos DLC, the CA was like, oh, well, like, he's not part of that pack, he's part of this pack. So they made him into a, undivided character that has a Slaanesh flair, instead of him being, like, a full-on Slaanesh character. And a lot of people really don't like that. Understandably.
Yes, my sire.
So it's kind of just a whole thing.
I thirst. Kill.
Oh, this vampire is like, she's gotten me so much value this campaign. Good for her. Good for her. Okay, so I would like to go ahead and upgrade my von Karstein tree. Because I want to get access to guns.
This way.
Pew pew.
I am invincible.
I may need to do something about Festus. Like, I would very much like to take over the Empire, but there's kind of not that much Empire left to take over. Aaron, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs and Valorant again.
Joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn. Another wretched foul-ism thing.
And the other thing is that a lot of people also want Azazel to be a true... A lot of people really want Azazel to be a true Slaanesh character because his whole, like, story is that he's like the great lord of Slaanesh's demonic legions. Like, he is like the guy when it comes to... Oh, there we go. We did. So this worked out not the way I was anticipating. We did get a vassal, and we will be the undead emperor of the Greenskins. Behold, my new subjects. The Crown of Nagash has a new master. Well, that's an interesting turn of events that I did not anticipate. Is this what we meant to do, boss? Yeah, sure. This was totally the goal all along. Wink. Alright. Now is the part where I come hurtling towards Nuln.
All shall know me and tremble.
I was not expecting him to just immediately become my vassal. That is a lovely situation.
Bow before me.
All right, yeah, we're just gonna speed directly towards Nuln while Golgfag's doing whatever it is he's doing, and I will start to prepare an army here. I want to get Drakenhof to tier 4, and then we'll start preparing an army to go reinforce Ashag's Mountains. No. So, Mr. Lotenka, they're not free in the base game. What Creative Assembly did is they put out an announcement fairly recently that if you owned if you own the Gorbad DLC and nothing else, so you just have the Gorbad DLC, they moved several of the Greenskin units from the King and the Warlord into Gorbad's DLC for free. So now you get squig herds for free. You get a couple things. It's like, I think it's Snotling pump wagons you get for free from the Grom the Paunch DLC. You also get squig herds from the Skarsnik DLC for free. I don't remember if there's anything else.
More mausoleums to defile.
I need to save a little bit of money there.
Be as dust. I will not betray you.
Okay. Well, good. Some of this stuff's starting to work out okay.
Leave me be.
Nasty Skulkers as well? Could be. Yeah, you'd have to go look up the article. I don't remember off the top of my head. Thanks for the hype train, guys! Oh, y'all are so sweet. Look at that. A level 4 hype train? That's so nice. That's so sweet. Thank you. You're making this whole streaming thing a profitable venture, which I really appreciate. Oh, Current Shima, are you still here? Just a little question for you. Sup, nerd. All right, we'll deal with this. We'll deal with this bozo in a second.
I want their souls.
Not gonna be a big deal if he's not.
Power I follow. Time to die.
Failure? Ugh. Well, 16, 13, 40. No!
Another wretched foul is
Why are you all failing me?
the Red Host.
Stop failing!
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hey, Sasha, 118, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you need fresh?
Thank you. Oh, you're here. Alright, so you redeemed a techless lore story. So before we go into this battle, let's do your lore story redeem. For techless. What would be the best book to read from in regards to techless? Let's see. I do this one. So someone did a lore story redeem, which are very expensive, but they compel me, when I can be bothered, to stop the stream and to read y'all from a direct source. Some lore tidbits. Let's see. I'm trying to think what would be the best little story to give you. Un momento. I think I need a different book is what I require. What do you have for me? Okay. Okay. Here you go. All right. So I'll read you a couple little things here. So first of all, I'm gonna read this quote to you from the 7th edition Army book, and I want you to let me know. If you think, that this is a biased or unbiased, account of Teclis's abilities. So the 7th edition book says the following. Twin to the mighty Tyrion, Teclis is wholly the opposite of his brother. Physically, he is frail and must sustain himself by imbibing magical potions of his own creation. He is not a master of swordplay nor strategy. However, he is the greatest living mage in this age of the world, and his mastery of the magical arts is unsurpassed by any other living creature. It is claimed that his power is on par with the great necromancer Nagash, so it is fortunate that Teclis has devoted his life to thwarting the powers of chaos and death. It was Teclis who first taught Imperial wizards how to control the raging energies of the magical realm, and on his instruction, the colleges of magic were established. It was only with the aid of Teclis that Magnus the Pious was able to push back the forces of the Dark Gods in the Great War against Chaos. Truly, Teclis is one of those legendary heroes whose actions shape the world. Very unbalanced. very, very, very unbiased. So... Star Crown. So I think what we can do. All right, for the lore story. All right, sit down, children. Everyone get comfortable. Everyone get comfortable. Relax. I will read you a hefty little section here. Straight from the horse's mouth. I'll read you a hefty little section here. So get comfortable. It's a couple pages, but it's a good story. So here we go. I'm gonna go to focus here. Tyrion and Teclis. Among the High Elves, the names of Tyrion and Teclis are spoken with hushed respect. The fame of these twin brothers extends throughout Ulthuan and into the lands beyond. Prince Tyrion is the elf general who turned back the great incursion of chaos 200 years ago. Teclis is the greatest sorcerer of this age of the world, a mage so powerful that spells and magical artifacts are named after him. Born into one of the oldest families of Ulthuan, the brothers can trace their line back to the doomed king Anarion, first and mightiest of the Phoenix Kings of Ulthuan. It is their destiny to perform mighty deeds and shape the fate of kingdoms. The brothers are as different as day and night. Tyrion is tall, proud, and fair, a master of weapons, a match for the dragon princes of old in battle prowess and skill. The chosen champion of the Everqueen of Avalorn, he is a warrior without peer and a foe without mercy. For 2 centuries, he has stood between the elves of Ulthuan and their many foes. He's a mighty champion, an unbreakable shield against the darkness. In him, it is said that Anarion the Defender has come again.
Peasant! Peasant!
Indeed. The age-old curse on the line of Anarion affected Tyrion's twin brother Teclis more strongly. Where his brother is mighty, he is weak. Where Tyrion is golden-skinned and yellow-maned, Teclis is pale, dark, and gaunt. Where Tyrion is fair-spoken and noble-minded, Teclis is caustic-tongued and bitter. From birth, he was sickly and consumptive. As a child, he was driven by an insatiable curiosity, and showed an awesome gift for sorcery. He was schooled by the shadowy lore masters of the Tower of Hoeth, who recognized in him great power. Within the precincts of the White Tower, guarded by magical illusions of great cunning, he learned the intricacies of sorcery, and rose to become a true master of high magic. When the great incursion of chaos came, destiny touched the twins. From the north, the Dark Elves swept through Ulthuan, looting, burning, and pillaging. Allied with the servants of the 4 powers of chaos, they seemed unstoppable. The gigantic black arcs of Nagaroth vomiting forth a wave of corruption onto the shores of the elf lands. Ships of rune-woven red iron brought frenzied chaos warriors to Ulthuan, and the Witch King of Nagaroth once more set foot on the land from where he'd so long been driven. Everywhere the unprepared elves suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of their depraved kin. In the lands of men, things were no better. The shattered empire, long a cauldron of factional strife, could not stand against the tide of chaos. It was a time of blood and darkness. The world was ending in death and destruction. And yet, despite the fact that Dark Elves play such a big role in it, Games Workshop's like, oh yeah, no, Dark Elves are not going to be part of the old world for some reason. Yeah, stupid garbage. Anyway. YouTube crashed? Did it? Someone in YouTube say something. Actually, you know what? I could just pull up the stream. Nope. Seems to be fine. That was a you problem. Yeah, no, still working on mine. All right. Anyway, where was I? Tyrion was in Avalorn at the court of Alariel, the newly crowned Everqueen, when the Dark Elves came. The thunderous voices of their beasts filled the ancient woods. The shrill blast of their brazen trumpets echoed triumphantly through the heart of the land. Hurriedly, the maiden guard of the queen moved to meet the threat to their lady. A hastily assembled force of warriors was thrown into battle, but to no avail. The Dark Elves were too strong, and it looked as if the Everqueen, the spiritual leader of Ulthuan, would fall into their clutches. In desperation, Tyrion pulled her from her silk pavilion and cut a bloody path clear of the massacre, slaying any Dark Elf that got in his way. As they fled, Tyrion was stabbed by the blade of a Witch Elf, but disregarded his wound, and the two escaped into the heart of the ancient forest and disappeared. Word of the Everqueen's loss spread through the land, and the hearts of the High Elves were filled with deep despair. When the news of Tyrion's disappearance reached the White Tower, Teclis refused to believe his brother was dead. From birth, he and Tyrion had shared a special link, and he was convinced that if Tyrion were dead, he would know. He decided to leave the tower and seek him out. Using all his cunning arts, he forged himself a blade and wove it round with deadly enchantments. Seeing that Teclis could not be dissuaded, the High Loremaster gifted him with the war crown of Sapphire and let him go. He sensed destiny in the youth, and knew that the fate of the Elven kingdoms rested on his shoulders. Teclis was stronger now. The potions of the Loremasters had gone a long way towards giving him mortal strength. The High Loremaster hoped it would be enough. Tyrion and the Everqueen fled through a land laid waste by war. The old forest burned as the Dark Elves took vengeance for their long exile. An army of Illyrian horsemen was destroyed in the field by the Witch King's sorcery. The princes of Caledor strove unsuccessfully to wake the last dragons, while the great navies of Lothern were driven from the sea by the enemy in a series of titanic battles. A Dark Elf army retook the Blighted Isle, and the Altar of Cain fell once more into Dark Elf hands. Triumph followed triumph for the spawn of Nagaroth. Bitter defeat piled upon bitter defeat for the High Elves. The Dark Elves were filled with glee at the news of the loss of Alariel, but the Witch King refused to believe the rumor of her death. He insisted that her body be found so he could display it crucified upon his standard. 4 assassins stood before him and pledged to know no rest till they brought him Alariel's corpse. The Dark Elves sought the pair everywhere. Tyrion the Everqueen often hid, crawling through the loom to avoid the eyes of Dark Elf patrols. As the Witch Elf poison gripped him, Tyrion grew ever weaker and more feverish, but with her land disrupted, the young Everqueen could not find the power to save him. The High Elves were reduced to fighting a guerrilla war in their own lands, while the servants of darkness reigned everywhere. But now a new rumor filled all ears. A sorcerer was abroad, and no one could stand against him. He was a pale youth who wore the war crown of Sapphire. Where he walked, the Dark Elves trembled, for he commanded the powers of magic as if born to them. His words summoned lightning and cast down monsters and destroyed chaos warriors with a word. The Slaneshi champion Albrecht Newman challenged him to battle, but he and all his followers were in an instant reduced to dust. He intervened at the Battle of Hather Ford and slew Ferric Casterman's Coven of 10, the most feared Tzeentchian sorcerers of the day. These were small victories, but in those days of darkness they gave the High Elves some hope. Hope was what the folk of Ulthuan's many kingdoms desperately needed. The Claw of Chaos held the island continent firmly in its grip. From Krace in the north to Etain in the south, the elf lands were overrun. Not even the waters of the Inner Sea were free of dark elf incursion. Ships were carved from the blighted forest with supernatural speed, and raiders moved as far as the Isle of the Dead before being turned back by the warding spells.
Wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Tis almost a new year. A new year with the Space Wolves Codex. And Russ?
Who knows? I mean, GW really seems like they're pumping out all the Primarchs they can, but thank you for the 40 months. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Shasta. I really appreciate the support. Where was I? There we go. Let's see. Raiders moved as far as the Isle of the Dead before being turned back by the warding spells. Only in Safari, around the White Tower, and by the walls of the mighty fortress city of Lothern, where the Dark Elves halted. And even there, things looked grim. 3 Black Arcs laid siege to the great lighthouse of Lothern, the glittering tower. By day and night, spell blasts and siege engines shots battered the walls. The Phoenix King himself was trapped within the city, and it seemed only a matter of time before the entire land was devoured. With the Everqueen lost, the elves had little heart to fight on. In the forest of Avalorn, the hunt was closing in. The 4 assassins finally caught up with Tyrion and his charge, coming upon their camp by night. The wounded elf lord fought like a blood-mad wolf. Under the furious onslaught of his blade, the Dark Elves died, but not before one unleashed a messenger familiar to carry word of their discovery to the Witch King. Howling with triumph, the Lord of Nagaroth then sent forth his pride and joy, the Keeper of Secrets, Nakari. With a roar, the greater demon sped through the night to find its prey. The demon found Tyrion and the Everqueen in the dark hour before the dawn, descending upon them like a falling star from the firmament. Once, the Everqueen could easily have banished the demon, but her power was much reduced even as her land was ravaged. Tyrion reeled to his feet, determined to sell his life dearly. With a sweep of one mighty fist, the demon dashed the wounded warrior aside. Looming over the Everqueen, it reached out to caress her cheek with its claw. Lightning suddenly split the sky, and the demon was knocked back. A frail-looking figure emerged from the forest. On his head was the horned moon helm of Safari, and he swiftly took up position between the Queen and the Keeper of Secrets. With an angry bellow, the demon rose to confront him. Teclis spoke words of thunder, and a sphere of coruscating energy leapt forth, its touch instantly casting the demon back into the realm of chaos. Swiftly, Teclis went to his brother's aid. Using all the healing lore he had learned in the White Tower, he managed to summon Tyrion's spirit back from the brink of death's abyss. Teclis guided the Everqueen and his twin to the shores of the Inner Sea. There they were picked up by a white ship crewed by the remnants of the Queen's Guard. This carried them to the plain of Finneval, where the shattered remnants of the elf armies were assembling for a last desperate stand. Charioteers from Tiranoc raced into position between Silverhelm cavalry and spearmen from Kothik and Yvres. Illyrian cavalrymen mustered beside the elite White Lions of Krace. Griffin-mounted elf lords soared over the army. Sword masters of the White Tower formed up alongside the Everqueen's maiden guard. When word of the Everqueen's presence was known, a great cheer went up from the army, and all the warriors gained new heart. But then a cloud of dust on the horizon announced the arrival of their enemies. The night the 2 armies camped almost within bowshot of each other. The watchfires of one force could be seen by the pickets of the other. In the elf camp, Tyrion and Teclis were greeted by their father, Arathian. The old elf lord gifted Tyrion with the dragon armor of an Aryan. This armor had been worn by the first Phoenix King during the ancient wars with Chaos. It had been forged in the searing heat of Val's anvil and could resist even the fiery breath of dragons. Out of gratitude for his rescue of the Everqueen, the elves of Illyrian presented him with their finest steed, Malhendir, last of the bloodline of Korhandir, father of horses. The Everqueen herself gifted him with a heart-shaped brooch which she had woven with enchantments for his safe return. In his mighty fist, Tyrion grasped the rune sword Sunfang, forged in the elder days to be the bane of demons. So Tyrion was made ready for battle. To Teclis, Alariel gave the sacred staff of Lilith. It granted him strength and power so great that he had no need for his enabling potions. He refused the offer of any sword, though, preferring instead to use the blade he had forged with his own hands. He was now ready to stand beside his brother in the heat of battle. The coming of day revealed the full extent of the Chaos forces. Endless ranks of Dark Elf crossbowmen chanted the praises of dark gods. A horde of cold ones croaked and bellowed in the chill morning light. Male armored warriors brandished their spears. Witch elves cackled and screamed maniacally. Beastmasters herded monsters into position. One entire flank of the Witch King's army was held by Chaos Knights and their bestial retinues. The elves were greatly outnumbered, and the situation looked desperate. From a blasted hill in the center of that evil army, the black armored figure of the Witch King surveyed the battlefield, confident that victory was within his iron-clawed grasp. Urian Poisonblade, the Witch King's personal champion, called out a challenge to single combat. Was there anyone in the elf army brave enough to face him? Urian's reputation preceded him. He had been bred for battle by the Witch King himself. He was the greatest of assassins, the most relentless of slayers. Arhaline of Yivris was the first to respond. He was a mighty soldier, a veteran of countless battles. Urian cut him down as if he were a child. The elf army moaned in despair and dismay. Next was Corhian Ironglaive, captain of the White Lions, the most renowned warrior of Crace. Blows were exchanged faster than the eye could follow, but to no avail. Within minutes, the proud High Elf lay headless on the plain. Then Tyrion strode forth. It was a battle the likes of which those present had never before witnessed. It was as if gods themselves made war. Sparks flew as blade clashed on blade. Both warriors fought in deadly silence. Again and again, Urian's glowing black blade was turned by Tyrion's armor. Again and again, the master assassin ducked the sweep of Sunfang. They fought for an hour, and it seemed that neither would have the edge. Spells blistered the air around them as the Witch King sought to aid his champion. Sweat glistening on his brow, Teclis dispelled them. Every witness held their breath. It seemed impossible that anyone could survive in the middle of that storm of blades. Then Tyrion slipped, and Urian loomed over him, blade held high. It was the opening that the High Elf had waited for. A quick thrust of his weapon found the assassin's heart. The host of darkness let out a howl of anguish and charged forward to overwhelm the lone elf warrior, and the elf army raced to meet them. Malhendir reached his master first, and Tyrion vaulted into the saddle and then turned to face his foes. The two forces clashed at the heart of Finnevall Plain. The Dark Elves had the greater number, and their allies were fell. The High Elves were fighting for their homeland in the Everqueen. They had the desperate courage that flowed from knowing that this might be their last chance to turn the tide. All that long day, the armies fought with savage fury. Both sides were driven by the consuming hatred that their ancient civil war had bred. Flights of crossbow bolts, so numerous that they darkened the sky, were met by clouds of white-fletched arrows. Monstrous cold ones were hamstrung by nimble elf warriors. The horsemen of Illyrian were pulled down by the foul beasts of chaos. Spells crackled back and forth through the air. Blood mingled with the dust thrown up by the battle. Thousands died, but neither side gave any ground. So great was the carnage that warriors fought over bodies of the dead, and ravens feasted on the wounded trapped inside the mounds of corpses. Right at the center, Tyrion fought with the fury of an enraged beast. His great burning blade cut down foes with every stroke, and his shining mail turned the swords of his desperate foes. By himself he was worth an army. Where he rode, the elves took heart. Malhendir trampled dark elves beneath his silver-shod hooves. But Tyrion could not be everywhere at once, and slowly the weight of numbers turned the battle against the High Elves. At the heart of the battle, Teclis wrestled with the dark sorcery of the Witch King. Naggaroth's Dark Master had perfected his evil arts over long millennia, and for the first time, Teclis met a foe that was his match. Awesome magical energies were focused and brought to bear. Lightning streaked the darkening sky. Terrible clouds, capable of stripping warriors to the bone, were turned aside by magical winds. Demons howled and gibbered as they surged through the carnage. Teclis strode into the sky to better observe the battle. From the blasted hilltop, the Witch King matched him spell for spell. Teclis saw that the battle had turned. The size of the Dark Elf warhost was too great. It looked as if the elves would be utterly massacred. Now there was nothing else for it. It was time for a last, desperate gamble. He invoked the power of Lilith. His staff glowed and pulsed as the goddess fed him energy. Teclis sculpted the power into one bolt of titanic power and unleashed it upon the Witch King. Frantically, the evil one tried to turn it aside, but could not. The blast descended on him, burning into his very soul. At the final moment, he was forced to cast himself into the realm of chaos to avoid final and utter death. Freed now from the burden of dealing with the Witch King, Teclis turned his energies on the horde of evil. Spell after spell crashed down on the Dark Elves. Hundreds died as lightning bolt and blasts of pure magic laced them. Malhandir brought Tyrion face to face with the Witch King's standard bearer, and the High Elf cut down his foe with ease. Malhandir trampled the Witch King's banner into the mud. Seeing their lord defeated and their standard smashed, the Dark Elves fell into despair. Overhead, the seemingly unstoppable Teclis rained magical doom down on them, whilst before them an unstoppable warrior clove through their ranks like a ship through the waves. Almost to a man, the vast army turned and fled. Almost to a man, they were cut down. The High Elves had won their first major victory of the year. The tide had turned. Tyrion led the army south to relieve Lothern. Word of his coming gave heart to the High Elves. The tall warrior wearing the Everqueen's favor and his sorcerer twin became feared by their foes. The High Elf army fell on the besiegers of Lothern, putting them to the sword. The Phoenix King led his guard from Lothern to meet them. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, the besieging army was crushed. Outside the walls of Lothern, Tyrion and Teclis were greeted by the Phoenix King himself. Alright, that's enough of that story. So hopefully that was interesting. You'll learn something. That is, 7th edition had a lot of the best stories, which I enjoyed. 8th edition kind of like pulled back a lot more on the stories to kind of focus on other things, which makes me sad. Yeah, there you go. Teclis shows up, one-shots. Nakari refuses to elaborate further. Yeah, that's fairly accurate.
Inquisitor Thomas cheered. X100. How goes saving the Empire? Sterlanders look bigger and smarter. Also more green.
Well, we've actually been kind of having a weird issue where I haven't been able to, like, force vassalize any of the Empire factions, which is really annoying. So I'm not sure if there's some kind of bug or if they've just gotten weirdly lucky with, like, having armies out, preventing me from, like, getting them. But we did vassalize Azhag the Slaughterer, so that was interesting. So, you know, it's going all right. All right. You know what? There you go. You go help with that.
Isabella von Karstein.
On death's wings!
Vampire.
Scapscrath.
The curse of undeath. We are the new order. Agreed. For Sylvania. Blood magic. I am
More magic.
quick march for my lord husband.
Vlad von Karstein!
Isabella von Karstein. We surpass Nagash.
Halt his engine.
No one can stop.
Is Nakari dead? No. I mean, he's died a lot of... He's a demon. Killing a demon is borderline impossible. You could banish them pretty reliably, but killing a demon requires something pretty insane, generally. Demons are immortal. Nakari... I mean, Teclis has killed Nakari twice. So Nakari's pretty not fond of him. Cyan, thank you for the super chat. The new Forger model seems to have taken some design cues from Total War's version of Azazel from my observations. Just compare their faces. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, they do have very similar facial designs. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, there we go.
Von Karstein. I am invincible.
Give me those Sternsmen. I also want Varric's Reavers.
Von Karstein.
Also, I'm going to rename my units to make them... These are going to be the Drakenhof Templars. So that's just a little more accurate.
All shall know me and tremble.
Let's get another point of Beguile. Red Fury, hell yeah. Why don't you do Wild-Eyed? You can do full replenish troops and then tenacity.
Lord of the night.
Okay.
Yes, my sire. Darkness comes.
Lord of the dead.
Nice. We have control over Sterling now. Y'all just keep running around circles. It's almost time for the next stage.
Your wish, master.
Oh, that's next turn. Okay. Cold Fusion, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Loremaster, what units do I see in the Lizardman DLC? Oh, Lizardman's easy. Lizardman's easy. Check this out. Check this out. So, Legendary Lord is Tedoecho. Tedoecho's Legendary Lord. He's the Skink Priest Legendary Lord, Lord of Heavens. He sits on a palanquin. He's a 100-year-old skink that's super cool, and he loves throwing comets of Cassador at everybody. Throwing comets is like his go-to strategy. And he's awesome and really cute and adorable. Legendary Hero is Chalkox the Eternity Warden. Which Chalkox is a pretty cool character that is very heavily focused on he is the Temple Guard special character. So he is a extremely badass Uber Guardian who specializes in keeping the Slawn alive no matter what. Raid Gnome. Capture Gnome. I would like to do both of those things. It would be a shame if I just punted your Theodore Bruckner into the atmosphere. Alright, we're going to save our money, because if we save our money correctly next turn, we should... Well, no, we won't be able to afford it next turn, and then we're gonna hopefully get, like, a big bonus of more money. So yeah, okay, we can spend some money, that's fine. So you get Chakas the Eternity Warden as a legendary hero available to all Lizardman factions, and he's your super badass Temple Guard character that should be a very high quality duelist, and also is insanely good at protecting your characters, keeping them alive. Then you get, for your units, you do Skink Horned One Riders. I would recommend making them, I would personally want them to be red crested Skink Horned One Riders. But the way I would do it is that they have precursor weapons. So they are skinks with poison javelins. And then they have like shields and spears. I think if they were red crested skinks, it would be extra cool. Because it would like look really thematic. But you know, I could easily see the argument for like, oh, they should be regular skinks because red crested skinks have to have great weapons or whatever. But I'd also be fine with them just having great weapons. But I would do Skink Horned One Riders, because they are a pretty iconic, famous unit, that I just really want to see. Especially because the Regiment of Renown version would be Tichi Huichi's Raiders. So that's a Regiment of Renown that would come with that, which would be pretty cool. Then we would have, we would get the Arcanodon. So the Arcanodon would be another big unit that we would get. The Arcanodon being a big long neck, you know, type dinosaur that has a big machine on its back that like Old One tech, and it kind of whirls and charges up, and it launches these flaming spheres. So it's like a catapult. So think like, you know, the Arachnarok web flinger, where it's a monster that's able to move around the battlefield while also launching catapults at people. Once again, super fucking cool and awesome, and it would make me very happy. From there, so that's our second one. Our third one would be... I would also be totally down for Skink Colchin Riders. With Skink Colchin Riders being a cavalry unit that is very light cavalry. So where the Skink Horned One Riders are like fairly, for skinks, they're heavy cav that are focused on mostly melee combat. The cavalry of Colchin Riders are they're skinks riding on flightless birds. They move very fast, and they're all about like maneuvering and shooting. You could do that, but could also I could also see the argument of that's too similar to the Horned One Riders. If I had to choose between them, I would rather have the Horned One Riders than the Colchin Riders. Then I would say from there, oh, I could just walk in here and murder these guys. From there, I would say, so the Arcanodon, the Skink Horned One Riders. I would also do... Oh man, I had a list and I'm struggling to remember it. There was like a really... Why am I struggling so much to remember? What, it was the Arcanodon, Skink Horned One Riders. Oh, skinks with bows. Yeah, skinks with short bows. That's another one from the Southlands army list. So skinks with short bows, so they would be notably longer range than blowpipes, but a much slower rate of fire. And then Tolkien writers, I guess. I'm forgetting something. See, it wasn't jungle swarms. I don't think it was another monster. Yeah, I already said the Arcandon. Hold on. This is gonna bother me. 1 second. I have to I have to look at something. See. It would either be in the Lustria. Is it from the Lustria book? Let's see. No. I already talked about those units. Let's see. No, I already said skink archers. It was the fishmen all along. It was the fishmen all along. What the fuck was it? You know, I wouldn't be against, I would not be against a unit, like another higher tier unit of Temple Guard to give us like a variant of Revered Guardians. Huh. But yeah, okay, so the big ones were Horned One Riders, Colchin Riders, Skink Archers, the Arcanodon, and then I guess Revered Guardians. I feel like there was something else and I just can't remember what it was. And then the generic hero would be the Kroxigor hero, because please God, give me my Kroxigor hero. And then the generic lord, if they had to give us a generic lord, which I don't really need one. I feel like the lords we have are fine. But if they had to give us a generic lord, it could be like a skink high priest. I guess. Or maybe like a chameleon skink lord. A chameleon skink lord could be kind of cool. Like a generic chameleon skink. But I would be fine with either of those. Yeah. I'm gonna mess this place up.
Yes?
Because her garrison is not that impressive.
Mortis engine. Ready!
Large knights.
Crossbow ready!
Yeah, get on, nerds.
Blood dance. Fear us. Swiftly.
It is time.
Vlad von Karstein.
I will. Blood frenzy. We are the new order. We are immortal.
The living will join us.
All shall bow before me.
Isabella von Karstein. For Sylvania! Your time has come. The von Karstein's march. Blood magic!
All right, I'm tired of waiting. Nope.
Agreed. We surpass Nagash. Vampire. Stop them! Find me if you dare! So be it! It is done! The living will join us.
Y'all let the Vargulf in? You're gonna regret that. You're gonna regret that.
Vlad von Karstein.
Take the gate, dipshits. Also, Biofoot, thank you for the super chat. I know I commented on it earlier, but I didn't thank you for it, so thank you. Keep blowing myself up. They're heal capped. And they're just about heal capped. I think they can get one more model back. I don't have enough magic though. No! Boo hiss. Czar94, thank you very much for the super chat. Happy New Year! I remember a bit of lore saying that if vampires drank Dawi blood, they'd turn to stone or something like that. Are there any other species that can't drink from aside from Dawi and demons? I don't believe that's correct, at least in modern lore. I could see that being like maybe a theory that exists in universe, but if I recall correctly, I believe vampires can drink dwarf blood. It just tastes terrible to them. Like, they find it like utterly just disgusting. It is no bueno. No bueno. The one that I remember, which I would say take this with a grain of salt because I don't even remember where it's written. But I vaguely recall there being a note, I want to say, I think it's maybe in like Night's Dark Masters, that talks about that elf blood can be dangerous to vampires. Like elf blood, if they drink it, because it's so magically charged, compared to you know, like all other creatures, that it can have like a disastrous effect. Like the vampire can like explode or something like that. Would Chaos Warrior blood be fine then? It would probably be fine, but what exactly like determines the taste of someone's blood is left deliberately very vague. So it's quite possible that while they can drink it, that the servants of chaos, their blood might be particularly disgusting. Because it could be that like something to do with your soul determines like the taste, the flavor. So someone like a chaos warrior who are, you know, exceptionally corrupt entities would probably be not very good tasting. When Queek video? Sometime in 2025. It's not coming out in the next 4 days, I'll tell you that. I think 2025 will be the year, though. Ah. All right, let's do... Yeah, let's get Animalistic Hunger to make our...
Lord of the Night.
See, I think the Vargulf is very useful for, like, busting down doors. But I feel like a Terrorgeist would be even more useful. Decisions.
All shall know me and tremble. The Von Garstein.
We need to start corrupting the hell out of this area. As I aggressively push forward.
Bow before me.
Curse of the Revenant, because increasing your max HP is always good on a vampire character. Because that gives you more healing to play around with. Yeah, let's go ahead and give you Terror. Where's my Banshee? Oh, critical success! You'll love to see it. That warrior got booked.
Do you need fresh? It will be as dust. What?
Okay, special assist maxed out.
I hunt. Destroy.
All right, I think the time has come to go ahead and recruit our next general, who's going to be mostly dealing with Azhag problems. Or Azhag's enemies type problems. So let's recruit in Essen. Oh, Lorekeeper's really good on a von Karstein. Hell, oh yeah, give me a Lorekeeper von Karstein. That is gonna be really nice. He's gonna have lots of magic. All right, and we have another Sylvanian crossbowman, so I'm gonna get rid of the Cairn rates and take another crossbow unit.
You dare!
Yes. All shall know me and tremble.
Yes, plunder the grim
All right.
Propolis awaits.
Y'all are gonna go join his army.
This better be important.
Let's see, what are you good at? You're good with bats, wolves, beasts, and marksmen. Okay. So we want wolves. We want wolves and Vargeis, in addition to whatever other troops we'll be stocking. All right, we'll keep that in mind. I'm hoping I'll be able to vassalize Wizenland and Nuln. I think capturing Elspeth would make me pleased. Alright, on our new lord, he can have the Sword of Bloodshed, other Trickster Shard, cool, yeah, whatever. Forbidden Rod, I would like on her. Fuse the Scroll of Blast. Another Forbidden Rod, you don't say. We can combine the Power Stone and the Scroll of Blast. Potion of Healing is okay, I guess. We'll put that on our White King. Then you are cunning, so you... Okay, so let's give you Shrieking Blade, so you cause fear. Sword of Strife. Actually, no. You can have the Sword of Strife. Shrieking Blade can go on the Necromancer, along with a Power Stone and the Missile Resistant Shield. And yeah, that'll work. And then you can have a Black Cat. No, you don't want a Corpse Thief. You can have Treasure. That's fine.
King of Darkness.
King of Darkness. Alright. Cool. Sign of the Emperor, thank you so much for the super chat. I was actually kind of surprised by how monstrous Ulrika had become by Kinslayer when I listened to it. Yeah, I mean, the End Times was doing some nasty shit to a lot of vampires. A good amount of vampires were the massive, like, raising up of the winds of magic just drenching the world, and chaos, you know, vaulting into ascendancy was not good for them. It was flat out not a good time. Of course, without going into spoilers, the things that Ulrika ends up going through really fucked her up. Really bad. I mean, that's a horribly tragic. Her end is very sad. All right, let's do that.
This night, I shall drink them dry.
It is night. Yes, darkness comes.
Yes.
A wise action. I will not betray you.
Yes. This better be important.
You can start working on your stances. Yeah, I think all that's left is, like, Reichland and Elspeth, which is sad. I wanted to save all the, like, minor factions, but they all got ate by ogres or Festus.
True diplomat can hide much behind a silvered word.
What the hell do you want? Oh, okay. I will agree to this alliance. Skaven and vampires? Sure. Scion, thank you for another super chat. Enthralling Felix's nephew, genuinely intending to turn cat even though it killed Felix's unborn child. Genuinely, when Felix took her head off, my honest reaction was good. Yeah, I mean, Ulrika serves as a really good character to demonstrate, Ulrika serves as a good character to demonstrate that
Darkness comes.
being a vampire is inevitably going to end very poorly. Like, there's no happy end for vampires.
I am ready.
There just isn't. They are doomed to become monsters. which I think is, I personally like that story for vampires. Not everybody does. Some people prefer the vampire question to be a little bit more open-ended, or just disagree with the notion that vampires are like truly bad, that there's like, no, there's some good there. But I like the notion that the vampires as a species, that becoming one is such a corruptive experience that there is no salvaging that. Like, if you become a vampire, that is a one-way trip to you're fucked. Not in the sense of like, you know, you're gonna turn into a puddle or, you know, something silly is gonna happen, but in the sense that no matter what, you the more concerning and nasty parts of you are inevitably going to consume all of the better parts of you. Like, what parts of you really make you human in like the best way, the best sense of the word, are going to eventually be consumed by the parts that the curse of vampirism brings out. Let's see. Is Kolek dead in the lore? We don't know. Kolek Suneater is one of several many characters who did not appear in the end times. So it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. It is likely that he is dead in Age of Sigmar, but he might not be. There is a chance he might be alive. I wouldn't say it's particularly likely, but you never know. Characters are alive until you kind of see a body. But his dad is still around. Krakenrock the Black is still alive in Age of Sigmar, and is like a very important big deal character. So Krakenrock the Black is still around, but to our current knowledge, Kolek is not. Can there be Soul Grinders and Chaos Furies of the Great Horned Rat? It's not impossible. I've never heard of that. But I mean, all a Soul Grinder is that. Okay, that's actually kind of an interesting question. Because a Soul Grinder is a demon that is banished from the mortal realm and ends up basically going to the Forge of Souls, which is like this big scary thing. Going to the Forge of Souls and basically making a bargain or a pact with it, that allows them to be rebuilt as this horrible monster. But in exchange, they acquire oh, you shouldn't have done that, son. You're gonna come outside, Elspeth? Not very smart, my dear, not very smart. They make a pact with the Forge, and it basically builds them kind of like immediately a new body, and they're able to manifest significantly faster than they would otherwise. But they're in debt to the Forge of Souls and have this horrifying machine amalgamate body, and they basically have to repay their debt before they're free of the Forge. That being said, there's no mentions of non-chaos demons going to the Forge of Souls. Usually it's just usually it's only like chaos demons. However, I don't recall there ever being anything specifically saying that like only chaos demons can go there. Because it would like the Forge of Souls is supposedly like neutral territory, which is like one of the core points of like the Total War Warhammer storyline for Warhammer 3 is that Be'lakor kind of manages to worm his way in there, and he basically hides in there, you know, using the neutrality as a shield so that the Dark Gods can't like get to him. So in that sense, like I guess you know, I've never heard anything. Now they wouldn't look like Chaos Furies. The Soul Grinders though would probably just look like Soul Grinders with rat elements, because it's the Forge of Souls itself that does the alterations, we'll call them. Yeah, no, that's a you know, I wouldn't say that the lore comments like one way or the other about it, but that is a genuinely interesting thing to consider. Oh, this poor woman, her reinforcements aren't even showing up at the same time. Wow, they are going to get absolutely rocked. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. I want her to escape.
At once, we surpass Nagash.
Lord of the Dead,
Oh, this is a massacre and a half.
it is done.
Your time has come.
They're all yours, boys.
Queen of Darkness. I ascend. Vampire. Curse of years.
All right, back up, lads. Give them some breathing room so they show up. No, they're just insta shattering. All right. All right, back up. Yeah. Well, that was fruitful. Since the Dragon Ogres never sold their souls to Chaos and Kolok does die, where would his soul go? I don't know if I would say that the Dragon Ogres didn't sell their souls. I'd have to think about that one. Or I'd have to go back and like watch Andy and I's episode. I don't know if it's possible to accurately suggest that the dragon ogres still have possession of their souls. I believe they've technically sold them, but I would need to like triple check that.
Vlad von Karstein. The world. No mercy.
Yes, my sire.
Laying siege to the city.
The dead will outnumber the living.
I'll just start blowing up walls. Why not? Let's see. Okay, Drakenhoff is next turn, so I would like to save money. So let's try not to really do anything.
Plunder
The
the grimoires.
grimoires. Man, the Empire's in shambles. Damn. Scion, the Final Fantasy 14 stream tonight is going to be good. I think you're really going to like the Dark Knight 50 quests and, of course, seeing more of Ishgard. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. What happens to the souls of tree spirits if they die? They're just gone, man. They're etheric entities, but they're bound often. They're bound to the physical plane. So if they die, they die. As far as like what happens with their soul, it would probably depend on like how they died and like where they died. It could be anything from like their soul or etheric essence is consumed by whatever it is that attacked them, or it could be something like it could end up being something like their souls are returned to Athel Loren, where they're kind of like consumed by the overall intelligence that is the forest. You could probably argue, I would probably argue more the second option than the first. All right, what do we got here? Forbidden Library would be very nice. So yeah, let's grab a Forbidden Library. And then let's get a Sepulchral Grove.
This better be important.
And then I'm out of money, but maybe she can assassinate somebody. Nope. I'm so poor. You've got 3 more turns of Steel Tech.
Who shall we
You've got 1 more turn.
destroy?
Damn it. Well, whatever, it's fine.
All shall know me and tremble.
I don't want to succeed anyway. How many blood kisses do I need? 12. Okay. We're almost there. Was that Throg in the Black Pit? It was indeed.
Should thine words displease me, I shall eat thine heart.
Peace treaty? Only if you let me vassalize you. No? Okay, well then no peace treaty. I gotta like root her out of all these mountains, which is gonna be kind of annoying. Talzin died? What in the world is going on?
The von Karstein.
This is a very strange overall campaign experience so far.
The world.
Okay, let's go ahead and root her out of the mountains here.
Bow! I am invincible.
What does Ivory do for Vampire? Nothing that interesting. Okay. I'll probably end up selling the settlement to somebody else. But I'll take it for now. Blade Shield.
Sleep shines.
It's not quite your time yet, good sir. Almost. Almost. You just keep building up your ambush stance.
Destroy. Your wish
Festus, can you stop just, like, breaking everything, bro?
Raze it to the ground.
It's getting a little annoying, not gonna lie. Nice! Oh, dude, this Banshee has been just kicking ass. What a good Banshee, dude.
Champion of the dark.
No, we are saving all of our money for Drakenhof, because I want to get it big and strong. Where's that? Thank you for the super chat. Do you think now that the old world's back, the Games Workshop is going to go down the Storm Chaos route and continue Warhammer past the end times? No. Nope. Nope. I think Games Workshop is 100% going to keep the end times. And now, is there a chance that Games Workshop might, like, do, like, a novel series that completely retells the end times and, like, cleans it up? So, like, telling the story of the end times, but making it, like, a better story that, like, makes significantly more sense and is not just, like, absolute horseshit. I think there's a reasonable chance of that. But do I think they're going to come out and, like, get rid of the end times? No. No, I think they're hell-bent on keeping the end times. The only thing I would really realistically see them doing would be trying to make the end times better, but I don't think they're gonna get rid of it. Because that would be so much work.
Yours is power I follow.
King of darkness.
This is my fort. Nice.
I am unstoppable. Vlad von Karstein.
Okay, get Red Fury. Let's get Grave Ward. She's flying around. I don't want to get shot super easily.
Yes, my lord of
Okay, my goal is to try and make Steingart the last settlement that I capture.
Yes, misery awaits.
And hopefully I can convince them to stay there.
It will be as dust.
You need to go find more enemy heroes.
It is night. It will be as dust.
Corpse cart! No, you don't. Get back on foot, son. I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for you to pimp your ride. Do your damn job.
I will alone.
Alright, we're so close to having Castle Drakenhof like where we want it.
darkness comes.
We're so close! Scion, thank you very much for the super chat. I think an Arbol and Tarmacon co-op would be great for your next campaign with Andy. Be the in-game crisis, John the World, and Tide of Blood Rot. Yeah, that could be a good time. I think that could be quite fun. Oh, that meme you sent of Azazel next to Fulgrim was actually quite funny. They do seem to have all the same, like, facial expressions. Bro, Ikit Claw killed Orion. Damn. Good for him. Good for him! Yeah, I'm all about... I'm down to have Skaven allies, alongside my Greenskin allies, alongside my human puppets. This is making me want to start another VC campaign. Yes, good! Good! Suffer! Play video games and enjoy thyself. Truly, the most horrifying form of suffering imaginable.
I shall enslave the world.
I hunt. I shall drink them dry.
Bro, Emmanuel has, like, bodied Theodore Bruckner so many times, and it's hilarious to me. Like, every time that man sticks his head out, she just immediately suplexes him. And it's glorious. Nice, good job. Excellent assassinate.
Now, Necropolis awaits. Crumble.
Why are you bad? Stop being bad.
Your wish, Master.
Master.
Inquisitor Thomas cheered. X100. Vlad, if I can't have Sterlander and Wissenlander vassals, I'll have the next best thing. Orcs and Scarven.
Well, you know, I mean, I trust them equally around livestock. You know what I mean? I trust them equally in that regard.
My words are as deadly as my blade.
Oh my god, Talabeclin's back! The boys! No, I'm not gonna do any of that, because I'm just gonna come over there and punch you and take you over by force. Because I can do that.
The Von Gun.
I have no desire to own Karakirn, but I have to get them out of it.
Bow before me. Unstoppable.
Let's see. Size, leader, your personal. Okay, leadership effect. I like more.
Now, I thirst.
Go Confederate Gorst. Oh, I should go. I should go check on
Follow.
Gorst and my son. I should go check on old Manfred, shouldn't I? I think he's still alive.
What? Raise it to the ground.
Nicely done.
I will not betray.
At least one of my necromancers isn't fucking useless.
On death ascendant.
Alright, Steingard is her last settlement. So hopefully we're about to bring Elspeth to heal. What's the difference between leadership and leadership effect? So regular leadership is the character's leadership. Trade agreement with... Alright, sure, I guess I'm Team Skaven now. Why not? Sure! Whatever, rat's cool. The dwarfs are never gonna like me, so I guess this is fair. So regular leadership is your character's leadership stat. So that is how likely your character is to, like, not break from combat, yada, 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 yada. Leadership aura effect is the amount of leadership that they give to allied units. So if you have a leadership effect of, like, +8, then you would be giving 8 leadership to nearby allied units that are within your area of effect. Oh, the Black Periapt! That is really sexy.
I am Vlad.
Give me that. You can slap the Book of Assure on this lady, and then this vampire can have the Book of Assure. Oh man, we're getting some proper goodies going. We can combine these potions, I think. Helm of Discord, nice. I'll put that on my vampire.
All shall know.
We'll give him the potion of healing as well. I don't need that on Vlad. Here, you can have some banners while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that works.
I hunt.
There we go. Items are being distributed.
More sleep shines.
Okay.
The von Karstein.
Ready. Die!
That's done. Oh, one more hero. Hey, Scrag, that's a cool, fat boy you got there. Mind if I take it? Yes! It's time for guns! Pew, 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 pew. All right. The Second Amendment has arrived in Sylvania. What am I going to drop? I would like to have 3 shooting units, I think. I could drop the Vargolf. Yeah, that's fine.
I thirst.
Pew pew. Pew pew pew. All right. We're making enough money now. You may actually, you know what? No. You get your ambush trait first. Then you may, once you have earned your ambush trait, then you may start recruiting units.
Destroy.
Nice.
Darkness comes. This will crumble.
Nice.
This night. That will do nicely.
Cower before me.
Dark days indeed.
Let me vassalize you. Become one with me. Vlad is such a good Chad, good lord. He is. Vlad's pretty stellar. Whenever we get Skink High Priest, they should be able to have the Lore of Light be able to ride Quaddles. I would be fully in support of that. That would be that'd be pretty goated. I'm not gonna lie. Whatever, you can have it. If you want it that bad, Elspeth, sure, you can have Faldor, whatever, I don't give a shit. What are my hopes from a Slaanesh rework? I don't know if Slaanesh, I don't know if I go so far as Slaanesh needs, like, I don't think Slaanesh needs a big rework. To me, Slaanesh kind of feels like Korn, where, like, overall, I think Slaanesh is already in a pretty damn good place. Like, it's a fun campaign that's got really solid mechanics. I think I would be more focused on just kind of, like, adding on top of it, as opposed to trying to, like, actively rework that much. I mean, that's kind of an interesting question for any of y'all in chat. Is there anything that y'all think needs to be, like, altered or changed in regards to the Slaanesh campaign? Like, do any of y'all think there's something that is not in a good place right now?
What? Follow me.
I will not destroy.
Slaanesh vassals should spread corruption, and you should be able to subjugate factions to their last unit. I mean, yeah, forced vassalization is probably fine.
Wishes the red kiss.
Okay, so we're talking about reworks. So like saying like they need more shooting units is not, that's not a rework. that's just like, I want more DLC, Mr. DLC man. Which is fine, but that's not really within the scope of like rework discussions. You know what I mean? Nakari's starting capital should be a provincial capital. Well, that should just be like a base game rework. Like, they should just include a feature where if you want to move your capital, you should be able to. Like, especially if you start off with a minor settlement, you know, there should be a system where you're able to move your capital to a major settlement in a province.
My words are as deadly deadly as my blade.
You're not willing to be my vassal? No peace. Only my vassals deserve peace. All right. God's willing. I should be able to vassalize her very, very easily right here. Woman,
Expand Sylvania's borders.
you're a little creepy, you know that? No, I can't force subjugate. It just won't let me. I think that's a bug.
I am invincible.
Your very presence here is a dance with death.
Yeah, this is her last settlement, and those were her last armies. She does not have any other armies. I don't know what's going on with that, dude.
Idiotic and futile. Both your conversation and yourself.
If I give you Fildorf, that's not enough to vassalize you yet. It's only for vampire factions? That's stupid. Alright, fine. We'll give her peace. And then we'll manipulate her into doing what I want. Alright, so let's start gobbling up Empire boys.
So be it.
Sigma, an abomination of more, dares to con it.
Shut up.
My bloodline calls.
Nice, you got your thing that I demanded. So you may now start recruiting big beasties. We'll get 2 direwolves, 3 flyers. Let's get some grave guard. I'd also think I'd like a basic mortis engine. Connextine stalkers would be nice. We'll get a mortis engine. And then I think once the cavalry building upgrades all the way... Oh, I could get another 2+ recruit ranks if I wait. Okay, let's actually wait, because that'll let me get, like, really high tier units. That's fine. We can wait. That's fine. We're not in a rush. Go sit over here and go earn your march stance while I'm doing this. Let's do baleful rituals.
Lord of the dead. I am unstoppable. Lord of the night.
All right, now the question is, do we start fighting the ogres next, or do we go fight Festus next?
Make this quick fast, I'm busy.
Or we could kill Reichland, because like we have to kill Reichland. So maybe now's the time we finish off Reichland, and then we turn our attention to the invader problem.
They will know our death.
I think that might be the best plan. To focus on the enemy that we have to, we have to kill them in order to win the campaign.
Yes, plunder the grimoires. Your wish, master. It will be as
Nice!
you dare.
Good work, lad. Good work. Keep stealing technology for old Sotek. Ludenhoff's back, which is good. Alright, and we'll start building up Fildorf, because I'll eventually give that to Elspeth von Draken in exchange for vassalization. Slanesh needs more replenishment. I mean, if Slanesh gets a new hero character, that'll probably solve that issue, I would imagine.
All shall know me and tremble.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum.
Coward.
Should probably root him out of the mountains first.
I will alone.
You wish it will be as dust.
You failed me again!
Wither, fool.
Man, Norska is just like plowing into the Empire. It's almost impressive.
King of darkness.
I want Wizenland well under control. Yeah, same for Wurtbad. Okay, good, 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 good.
This night?
Oh, I've got my vampire. Yes! We got the helm of... Oh, dude. Vlad's just gonna be fucking invulnerable. 20% extra max HP and a 10% ward save. Oh my god. Oh, man. Driska's power indeed. Holy shit.
I am Vlad.
Alright, so let's slap the helm on her now. Oh my good god, that is so funny. They're all just walking in here like, nah, fam.
Yes, my sire. I thirst. Strike out.
Unstoppable. Very well. It is done.
Okay, one more turn till we can, like, do all the recruitment stuff I want to do.
More mausoleums to defy. Raise it to the ground. This night. Crumble.
Why you fail me? Ooh, extra allegiance points is actually not bad, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab this first because that'll make future banshees even better. Because we'll start pumping them out. Von Karstein. Yep, you can go ahead and go to max level, that's fine. Shit's about to hit the fan! Tech tree update for Slash? Yeah, oh, they'll...
Please. Then and only then shall I hear thine words.
What you want, baby? Sure. I do like my rat allies. Do I think the vampire accounts need a standalone DLC? Yes. Yes. Vampire accounts need a Champions of Chaos style DLC. Is my genuine, earnest belief.
The world will drown in blood.
He's friends with Durthu? Durthu's turned into a human sympathizer? What the hell?
Thirst. Devourer of light.
I didn't realize you were into that, Mr. Durthu.
I shall enslave the world.
I have no reason to welcome you.
No, you really fucking hate me. Okay. Well, now that I've got the other two, I don't know if I really want Elspeth around anymore.
approach us, friend, and make your...
Yes. Approach us, friend, and make your offer.
Oh, I can almost vassalize him. I just need a bit more structure stuff going.
This better be important.
We want Deadly Blade.
It is night. Move.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so we want one of each Graveguard. I think 4 Vargai should be good. Do we want 4 or do we want 3? We want 2 Direwolf, Mortis Engine. And then we could do like 2 units of Knights. Let's do 3 Vargals. And then we could do 2 units of Black Knights. Followed by... another Sylvanian crossbowman once we can get that. I think that'll be good.
What? Time to die.
That's it done.
I hunt. The shamblers move.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Cursed Sotek spawn!
Mr. Sotek. Question: do lizard men have souls like other races? Can they be manipulated like the other races, and do they have their own afterlife?
Do lizardmen have souls? Yes. Absolutely. 100%.
Welcome by my side.
Can they be manipulated like other races? Lizardmen can be manipulated, but it's different. They don't. The lizardmen are a very unique species. They're a very different set of creatures that work and operate on very different hardware compared to a lot of what we see in other places of the old world. So I would say that, like, can they be manipulated? Yes. Would you manipulate them in the same way that you manipulate like humans, elves, and dwarves? No. It would be, you would have to do very, very different things to kind of mess with them. I mean, it could be done, but I think it would express very differently.
No. That will do now. Crumble.
Nice.
Ready. Yes. Misery awaits. Destroy.
And do they have their own afterlife? Very doubtful. If the lizardmen don't worry about things like an afterlife, that is not something that concerns them. That's not something that they actively think about. The lizardmen are very, 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 very focused on fulfilling their own role, fulfilling their purpose. And anything that falls outside of that, they don't care. Like, they cannot be bothered. Which is a trait that is both fascinating and a little bit terrifying if you kind of think about it. But I would say that is very much kind of the way they look at the world. They are surprisingly unconcerned with a lot of things and matters that pretty much everyone else is concerned with. Do you remember which Lustre book went into depth about Luther Harkin's different personalities? It didn't go like super in depth, but it's in the Lustria book, which is the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition book by Cubicle 7. Oh, that's cute. Emil von Corden and Boris Todbringer are coming to stop me. adorable. Also, I'm more scared of the Wood Elves than I am the Empire. Has Manfred ever been to Nagashazar? Yes. Manfred has been to Nagashazar. Where he went and met the terrifying entities that to this day serve Nagash and tend to his body that is sitting silently on his throne, seemingly waiting for something.
Who shall we destroy?
Oh, nice, good job.
Darkness.
Now, that all being said, what exactly did he learn? That one's a bit more of a mystery. But we do know that he's been there, and he did something
All shall
while he was there.
and tremble. The world will be mine.
Let's see if I can catch them off in an ambush. Ooh, if I do this, I get plus 20% chance to ambush. Hell yeah. Let's take some advice from the Strigoi and get all sneaky with it.
Ascendant.
Oh no, the dwarfs killed Orion. Yo! Bro, the Oak of Ages is getting harvested for lumber. Oh, what a dark age this is. The world is being lost to dwarf-themed capitalism. No, he didn't fall for my trap. Because he was too busy going after other stuff. Whatever, it's fine. I'll just attack Grunberg. Is there a legendary lord and legendary hero you want badly in game? There is like a gigantic list of legendary lords and legendary heroes that I want very badly in game. I want all of my cakes and to eat them as well. I'll never be satisfied. Never! This gives me 10% campaign movement. I would very much like that.
Yes, my sire. A pact will be placed.
Vlad von Karstein. Bend.
I cannot reach Grunberg from here, which distresses me. I could snipe this elf army, but I think I would rather have them bring the fight to me in Nuln. I'm happy to take them on in Nuln. Even if I'm exhausted, I'm not that worried about it.
A wise action. Follow me.
More sleep.
Alright, he'll be ready to march in 3 turns. Good, 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 good. Werner von Karstein is nearly ready. Tomb King rework, what are your ideas? Well, the big thing they need to do is they need to make it where all the different the big things for me, you know, make the tech tree a little bit more exciting. I would also full things indeed. Hello there, Cutterboss. Cutterboss, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What are y'all up to? Are any of the Twitch mods here? I don't know if any of them are here, if they all left. Oh, good, they're here. Nice. Good job. What were y'all playing? Crouch here. Thank you for the super chat. The greenskin roster is so big and fun, I often find myself paralyzed by choice. Yeah, tell me about it. Gorbad might have one of the most interesting campaigns. I think Gorbad is one of the best campaigns in the game because it actively rewards and incentivizes you it actively rewards and incentivizes you to have very thematic armies and not just doom stack. Like you still can doom stack if you want, but he very heavily rewards you for playing other ways. Son, thank you for the super chat. You need to send Vlad up to the Middle Mountains to grab the Nemesis crown. I do intend to get my grubby paws on the Nemesis crown, but I want to vassalize some of the Empire guys first, because if I get it too early, the penalties I'll take to diplomacy will be annoying. Oh, you were doing some Yuan Bo. Nice. Yuan Bo's great. He has a really, really solid campaign. All right. The Empire has come for Nuln. It's the siege of Bloodkeep, I guess, technically, sorta, kinda. Oh, bro. Oh, look, I've got Skaven slaves. Great. Ikit Claw is here to save the day. All right. So I think the best way to handle this is, honest to goodness, for me to just walk, like, just move my army outside and just walk forward and murder all of this stuff personally. And then we can run back inside the walls once we're done. Well, I mean, his cavalry's gonna be kind of garbage, though. I don't have to go out and meet him. Yeah, no, let's not do that. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back inside in time, because we only have 2 minutes before Karl Franz shows up. Alright. Is that a Marienburg landship? Ugh. It's the wonder of the age. Ugh. Okay. What else does he have over here? He also has great cannons. Whereas this is a Hellblaster volley gun. Oh, he's got a nasty amount of artillery, to be honest. So I want my flyers to take out this mess first. So we're going to send all our flyers out and just wreck shop over here. Supported by tower fire. A part of me really thinks that venturing out might actually be the best strategy. If I'm just being overfired, if I just have the towers doing overwatch fire to support me, we may be fine, honestly. Because, I mean, we are the fucking vampire counts. And Vlad is basically immortal. I really want to shut this down. Alright, let's have the skeleton warriors activate all the towers. And I shall march out and murder this man. And we will leave skeletal legions in reserve to go wherever they may be needed as the fight progresses. We've got a lot of shooting guys up on this wall, which I'm totally fine with. Yeah, I think we're just gonna come out here and just slam into them. And then our extra cavalry will wait higher up. Ghouls are awesome, because we can just sort of, like, place them throughout the city to ambush people that try and come in and sneak around stuff. Skaven slaves, I just want y'all to be a big, furry mass of bodies back here for right now. Alright, so let's put them in a group, and then we're gonna put these guys in a group to just run forward. I want my flyers in a group, because we're gonna swarm and kill Toddy, and then we can start picking apart all of his little friends. All the towers are active. Actually, you know what? I want these Black Knights to ride out. That's what I want them to do. I want them to ride out and help me with this mess. The ghouls could be very useful here, actually. Yeah, okay, now I'm seeing it. The ghouls will be perfect for distracting these guys while I murder Toddbringer. Oh, that's good stuff right there. Alright. This opening is gonna be very messy. Dire pack, get on them. You get on them. Y'all crash into them. Y'all go after him. Ghouls charge.
Find me if you dare! We are the new order! Curse!
And the ghouls are gonna die horribly, but that's okay. That's their job.
Vampire!
Fellbats, shut that off.
Vlad von Karstein. Life ends.
Multi-sanction.
All shall bow before me.
Oh, Sigmar's sons? Ugh.
Them.
The von Karsteins march!
Kill him. Alright, take out those war machines.
Crush the breathers! Blood magic!
Nice! Toddy goes down. Alright,
For Isabella!
let's take care of this mess. Alright, the ghouls all died horribly, but they did their job, so, you know, whatever.
I ascend! Bow before me!
Alright, Karl Franz is on his way in. We're gonna start building up some towers.
Your desire? Blood magic!
Question is, where is he gonna end up attacking?
Isabella von Karstein!
Make sure that you do not come back.
Vlad von Karstein.
Alright, back inside! I'll let the Mortis engine finish these nerds off. Back inside! Back inside! Alright, mission accomplished.
Noble of the night!
Delicious. Y'all go intercept Franz wherever the hell he thinks he's going. Okay, good work on all you guys. Head back to the city. Good. Our sally forth worked out brilliantly.
Your time has come!
And now we're gonna go bully Franz.
We surpass Nagash!
On death's wings.
Okay, good job. Back to the city!
Isabella von Karstein!
Alright, vampire ladies, Franz is all yours.
We are immortal! We are the new order! I am immortal!
Okay, I'll go help out there.
Vlad von Karstein.
Vlad, see if you can get your ass over there.
What
Oh, Franz hurts. Holy shit, he hurts. Yeah, no, I'm not fighting that. Ow. Where are my Blood Knights? Get your asses over here. Don't get back inside. Okay, you sit here and do regeneration. Do a buff here, do this, do one of these. Ow, that was mean. No, my poor little archers. Carolberg great swords. You two move further down the line.
This world is mine.
Vampire. We are immortal.
All right, let's. Why don't you ladies pull back over this way? The Death Wizard will get one more of these. Guys, please, I'm begging you, come inside, where it's safe and warm. Come inside. Get one of these up, which provides healing. I don't think they're gonna come in through that gate, so y'all can start making your way over here. All right, Franz is dead. Cool. Y'all can just kind of hang out nearby. That's fine. You can just kind of combo these spells on them.
Die, mortals, die! Compass, fine.
Let's see, where's another nearby tower? This one's kind of close. This one's in a decent position. None of you, I don't actually care about any of you. All right, head outside. They think to take the walls? Go forth, my soldiers. Fargles, go help Mom. I'm gonna go fight up here. They're getting creamed.
Love eternal.
Throw that over there. Start getting models back.
Yes. Vlad von
Boop, 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 boop.
Bring death.
You lot chase anyone that gets thrown into the city.
Your desire.
You guys come around this way and take the fight to them.
Come, lads! Slayer! Make me proud of the province!
Stearnsman will be back at full health very, very soon, so y'all can start walking over this way. You guys can go up there.
His lady.
Keep things moving.
Vlad von Karstein.
Oh, I stopped paying attention.
I thirst. Excellent.
Dare?
Okay, y'all can pull back for now. You lot. No, he's not quite where I can easily get to him yet.
Yes.
Big heels. They're gonna take 1,000 years to break through that door. Battle pilgrims. Oh, they got Bretonians with them. That's cute.
For Vlad.
Master of the undead.
Pew pew. That definitely hit more of my own guys, but you know, whatever. I'll take it. Victory! Wow, that was. Yeah, I don't think the Empire had any realistic hopes of getting inside. No walls broke. Oh, a steam tank.
Vlad von Karstein.
Queen of Death.
Blood Knights, you. Go take care of that.
Isabella von Karstein. Isabella.
Isabella.
Might has fallen. Yes, good.
Marathi, thank you so much for the super chat. Which greenskin subrace would use river trolls commonly? I mean, the most common greenskin subrace to use river trolls, I mean, it would probably be, so it depends on how deep you want to get with subrace. If you mean just like the main 6, so like regular goblins, forest goblins, night goblins, orcs, like regular orcs, black orcs, and savage orcs. River trolls would probably be most commonly sighted with forest goblins, or regular orcs would probably be the most likely places you'd see them cropping up. Now, if you're open to further breakdowns of like greenskin subcultures, there are the various subcultures known as river pirates. So there are all the different like so there are the naval greenskin factions, but you wouldn't see river trolls as much with those. But there are a lot of greenskins that are river pirates within the Empire. Those ones would be very, very popular with river trolls. Like the river pirate greenskins would have those goofballs freaking everywhere.
They will be mine. Bow before me.
Fuck you, fireball.
Hungry for blood.
Now.
Victory is mine.
Isabella. will join us. Vampire, I thirst. Your time has come. Curse of years. All life must end. The Von Carstein's march. Vampire, I'm in your thrall.
Should be able to kill these pretty quick.
Magic.
Vlad von Carstein. Very well.
Tremble, mortals! Very well.
Especially if I just start throwing out buffs like candy.
Vampire.
All right, let the flyers deal with it. They've got way better AP ratios.
Bow before me.
Vampire. The curse of undeath.
Knights to battle.
Blood frenzy.
Isabella von Carstein. Agreed. Bring death.
There we go.
So be it.
All right, get off some kind of last minute heals. Especially now that I have the black parry up, I have literally infinite winds of magic. Oops. Not like great infinite winds of magic, but it is technically infinite. Is that all the important units? Direwolves, and then we're pretty much good. I let my poor crossbows take more damage than they should have, but that's alright. There we go. Any lore reason why Vlad never adopted a mount of any kind? I wouldn't say that there's like any great lore. So one of the things that Total War gets really wrong, like Total War completely fucks up and gets so wrong it's not even funny. And it's something I'd like to see them address with the vampire count update when we hopefully get the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, is that vampires are supposed to be fast. Like, vampires are supposed to be very, very fast. They're almost as quick as cavalry in tabletop. Like, a vampire on foot, the average human was like movement 4 or movement 5 on foot. Cavalry was movement 7. Like heavy cav. Vampires are movement 6. So they're like really, really quick. Compared to like pretty much any other form of infantry. But I think due to kind of how not super ambitious the first game, the Total War Warhammer 1 was, they didn't really try that hard to like make the vampires what they were supposed to be. So instead of making them, you know, the freakishly fast, very, very powerful monsters that they should have been, instead we got kind of a goofy, like they're so slow. They are not supposed to be that slow. Not at all, in the slightest. I genuinely have no idea why Creative Assembly made them that slow. Like, they're running like they got a load in their pants, you know?
I am Vlad. Bend to my will. The von Garstein.
What is this army? Emil von Corden has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 land ships. What in God's name? I think the better thing to do is going to be to attack like one of the armies next to him, kill them, and then catch them out as they're like trying to come get me around the side. That is so goddamn silly. Are you ready to march yet? No, almost. I guess until you're ready, I don't want to wait 2 more turns. Until you're ready, just take another graveyard, I guess. Templehof. Yeah, that's fine.
I have no reason to welcome you.
You're not at war with anybody.
Yes. Come then. Only Sigmar's god Ulrich can judge it worthy or no.
Who calls? Approach us, friend, and make your offer.
I'd have to give a word bad for that though, which I don't want to do. But I would have him as my vassal, so I could just give him Stirland. It wouldn't be that big of a loss, actually. Yeah, that's fine.
Agreed.
Alright, we have vassalized Hochland. Ludenhof is mine.
Vlad von Garstein.
Alright, so now we're gonna fight the Landberg spam next time. Oh, goodness. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you had a lovely time, but we've been going now for, I want to say like 6-ish hours. How long have we been streaming for? Oh, wow. More like 6.5. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and call it there for this evening. That'll be it for Total War today. I do intend on playing some more Total War probably on Monday morning. It looks like we are going to have Lorebeards tomorrow morning, so look forward to that. And I will be back on later tonight for just some super chill, relaxing Final Fantasy XIV, which should be pretty hype because my Dark Knight is finally a high enough level that I'm about to be able to start doing actual, like, main story content because I've been busy just leveling him. So we'll be continuing with Final Fantasy XIV later tonight, probably in about 2 to 3 hours, and excuse me, Lorebeards tomorrow morning, probably more Final Fantasy tomorrow evening, and then more of the Vampire Count campaign on Monday. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be in the world. I'm going to go ahead and go to my outro screen, but I am going to find places for y'all to raid. So if you want to, like, you know, kind of help our community reach out to other communities and see what kind of other stuff people have got going on, feel free to stick around. And wherever I send you, please make sure to, like, say hi and be friendly and all that. And I'll probably send y'all to weird places, so you never know what you'll get. I like to send y'all places you might never have been before. So in any event, I'll talk to you guys later, and I'm gonna start getting the raids all set up, and I'll see you when I see you. So, bye bye.